Guys, why are we standing there? Can we do it later, like one by one? Mukesh, can you raise your hand, please? Yeah. Okay. And give me the.
Kashyap Kautilya and Roshni, Mahita, Hansika, Harika, Sindhu, Sai Kiran, Mohit, Steven, Ritwik. Oh my God, where are all these people?
There is a problem. There is an internet issue with Praveen itself. So this will be the backup. So
In case Selva wants to do.
no, not Selva. This will be the backup for Praveen's PPT.
No, that's okay. But जब उनका ऑडियो नहीं चलेगा तो करेगा कौन? We'll speak. नहीं, वो तो हमने डिसाइड किया है कि Selva will take his audio goes away. So he's totally lost.
No.
His audio is completely lost.
Audio will be there, everything will be there. So there is an issue with this.
अभी प्रवीण सर है या he went? He's there. Everything is working fine, right? In case there is audio issue, then this is the case. So we can start, right?
You have to come on the stage and you have to change the.
Yeah, okay, no worries.
I'll
Let him
download
start
this.
and then उसको play करो तो कर लेते
Let me download this and keep because I don't trust this Wi-Fi. No.
हैं। ठीक है?
How are we doing, guys?
Yeah, we're okay, Praveen. I
Okay.
think those two are talking on stage, so we'll keep.
How are we doing, guys?
I'll mute చేయమను. Mute చేయమను.
Okay, down. start करें? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Let's start the day on a bit more positive note. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Right. So I see some students missing, I think. Any specific reason? Or are they late? Late? Okay. Yeah, perfect. So one quick announcement, an extremely important announcement. You do not have to drink tea or bring in snacks or anything. You are with me? So I think we can begin the session. We got into the groove of building. I would request silence from the students to not make a sound or noise or whisper for starting sessions at least, and then maybe once we get into the building mode, we can continue. Today we'll be talking about, we'll be starting the session with the blockchain functional world introduction. That's the session that we'll be beginning with. And we have a very special person / guest / speaker / leader with us, right? To get you, to bring to you the knowledge that he has acquired over the years. Of the many people I have worked with, the next speaker is the one with whom I have enjoyed working the most, frankly. And I feel extremely lucky that I have the opportunity and the mentorship of a leader of his caliber who justifies the definition of hard work. But what is hard work? And what does it signify? To me, hard work is equal to making things happen, right? And when you have to make things happen, you will have to commit with the intent to put in everything you have in you. You have to commit to succeed. The entire program of IBC Hackfest and the overall agenda of IBC Media, including the education program, guys, has the sweat and blood of many people, but a dominating chunk of that belongs to this man. There's a quote by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, one of my favorite people, which goes like this: without your involvement, you can't succeed. With your involvement, you can't fail. And the recurring involvement and the absolute constant of everything IBC is this man. He was supposed to be here, but unfortunately, due to some family emergency, he had to travel at the last moment. But he has taken out the time to join us from a very remote location. So you might see fluctuation in the internet, but he has tried his best to be here and to speak with you. Dear students, the man I am talking about is none other than Mr. Praveen Thakur, the Chief Operating Officer of IBC Media, the leader who has done it all. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause. Praveen sir, requesting you to please begin your presentation.
Okay, so I hope you guys can hear me.
Yeah.
Thank you, Deepak, and very good morning to all of you. Like Deepak mentioned, I was supposed to be there, with all of you. But then, an unforeseen emergency came, and I had to, travel to a place in Bihar. And right now, I am, like Deepak mentioned, I am in one of the, remotest possible areas of Bihar, where I'm trying to manage things with, limited infrastructure. But at the same time, I did not want to let go this opportunity of speaking to all of you and sharing my perspective on what all has been going on. Look, I think we don't dream small. We at IBC Media, we have a much, bigger dream for all of you. And I'm pretty sure that, and I have been following all these activities which have been going on for last few days. I'm monitoring it very closely, in fact, minute by minute. And I feel very excited about the things which are turning out. I'm very excited about the learnings that you all have been going through and that you have been exposed to. And one thing I can tell you, that together. My name is Praveen Thakur, and I work in the capacity of Chief Operating Officer for IBC Media. Before we get into the details, I would also apologize, and Deepak, if you can hear me, if there are internet fluctuations, please bear with me. Please let me know, and I can try to cover that piece again. But let us try to make the maximum use of the time that I am trying to, spend with all of you. Deepak, is that clear?
Yeah, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Before we get into the topic for today, I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I'm an engineering graduate in, production or mechanical engineering, and I think I'm pretty old that way. Have around 25, 26 years of experience. So people have heard of. So I'm in print, and I started working in COBOL in those days. I started my career with Tata Steel in its IT division, where I was managing the whole infrastructure for their shipment and supply chain, basically. With that few years of stint there, I shifted to banking and finance side of the world. And then for next, I would say 23, 24 years or 22 years, to be precise, I have worked in banking and finance across the globe. Spent quite some time in the United States, was heading there. In fact, in those days, I used to be working for a company called Satyam Computers, where my headquarters was Hyderabad. In those days, I used to visit Hyderabad quite a lot, and subsequent to that, I was in Citibank North America account for, and working on about 15 years ago. And in those days, it was not happening. And I will that's what
So we are facing some issues with the net.
Okay. Yeah, so I think the thing I was worried about, it happened. So guys, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can, sir. Please continue.
Okay. Perfect. And so then, this is where, I think, with India is booming.
Praveen sir, unfortunately, we are not able to
Let's
hear you. We would love to, but the internet has created that barrier. Guys, it's hard. It's extremely hard to, how many of you are from extremely rural areas? Your families belong to villages, yeah, including me. I'm from eastern part of Uttar Pradesh, and I know the internet sucks. Like, like it's one of the most backward areas. I am sure that's all. Nobody else has like their parents from villages. Yeah, yeah, right. Yeah, that's a huge chunk. So you might know when you go to your village, you will face a lot of internet issues, right? And we won't be able to play games. Like I would try playing PUBG when that was a sensation, and I just couldn't. My mom used to wonder what am I doing, and I used to tell I'm just trying to connect to the internet. I'm not even using the internet. So, but I appreciate the fact that like we tested it last night. We spent an hour with Praveen sir just to make sure that the internet was working and if the fluctuations were to the minimum. Apparently today they are more than what was yesterday, and I requested him to just come and speak to you all how much ever possible, because nobody else knows the depth of this program more than Abhishek sir, and obviously the second person would be him. So that's why I insisted that please come and join the students before the most important part of this education program begins, which is the building session, right? Today is when the fun will start, when the teams will be formed, when the ideas will be discussed. We'll be doing a lot of legwork, right? A lot of people will see new faces with each other. Yeah, that is all going to happen. Now the tempo is going to increase. That is exactly why I just wanted him to come and give a context to the entire program and why you should take it seriously. So let's just give it a couple of more minutes, like 2 to 5 minutes, and then maybe we will be able to begin. So I guess the problem is that the net has totally deserted us from Praveen sir's session, and that's quite unfortunate for us. But let's give him a round of applause for trying it his best. Guys, that took a lot of effort. Please take some effort from your side. Thank you. So instead of his presentation, what we'll do is we will ask Selva sir. Just give me a second. So what we'll do is, like my team here has already told Praveen sir that Deepak here has already told Praveen sir that we will give it a shot again, right? So let's be patient. Let's wait a couple more minutes and see if we can get back with us. Thank you.
This is the first one. Okay.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. What we'll do is we'll put on the presentation for the students, and you can continue on in audio. Does that make sense? Praveen, sir, can you hear us?
Deepak, can you please confirm whether you are able to hear me?
Yeah, I'm audible. Guys, can we check if my voice is audible to the
Yes,
speaker?
I can hear you.
Yeah, perfect. So what we'll do is, sir, we'll maneuver the presentation from here. You can continue on audio. Yeah? Praveen, sir, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah, perfect. So, guys, can we put on the presentation on the screen, please? Yeah, perfect. So, sir, what we'll do is we'll maneuver the presentation from here, and maybe then, you can continue on audio. That works?
Absolutely, absolutely. So, guys, sorry for this incident. I was not expecting this bad because we tested it yesterday and it was working perfectly fine. Okay, so without letting this internet again bother us, let's start on the content. So basically, please go to the slide for coming. And Deepak, please interrupt me when you have any problem in hearing me. I'll try to repeat that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So the one of the things that I wanted to do today is basically to give you a perspective of how do you ideate, and the whole day today what we have tried to structure like this, that you of course understand the blockchain now, you understand the technologies, you understand how do you build that, what are the technicalities there, what are the nuances there. But I think all those things will make sense once you have a problem to solve. I mean, unless you have a problem to solve, blockchain does not help you. And what are those problems? Why should you be looking at blockchain to solve certain problems? Are all problems suitable for blockchain? I mean, could you just go and apply blockchain everywhere? I don't think so. I mean, you may need to look at the applicability of the technology to the problem that you're trying to solve. And these are pretty, I would say, interesting things that you need to understand and appreciate. At the same time, before you get into solving some problem, you must also first appreciate what has already been solved, what people have been doing for so many years, right? And one of the things that I wanted to cover today for you is to give you a perspective of what really has been happening here, what really has been happening for last several years, and what is going to do, what is going to happen in the next few years. Okay. So now with that context, let me try to go to the next slide, please, where I am saying ideation and product building steps. Before we go to the blockchain applications, let me first try to get something to you which will help you find out how do you ideate. What kind of, now this is a very complex process, by the way. You cannot just sit there and say, okay, no, I want to build something like this. I mean, that doesn't happen, right? So, like you, go and say, for example, you are trying to do a startup. You are building something which is going to be helping the society in some way. For example, if you look at Ola, if you look at Zomato, if you look at Swiggy, all these people, when they kind of came up with the solution, before these solutions, they had a problem in mind. That look, if it is, say for example, if you are busy in your work, you don't have time and energy to go out to get food, okay, and you are struggling. You need somebody to come and deliver the food at your doorstep. Now, this was a very, very big problem statement. Almost every one of us, was struggling to, find solution to this problem, but somebody thought about it, right? I'm not sure how many of you would really appreciate, but maybe 20 years back, when there was no Ola, there was no Uber, what used to happen? If you have to go somewhere, it was very difficult to, it was very difficult for you to go and get to a travel agent. You need to do several things to get to a cab. Look at it today. There is an app in your mobile. You just say that I want to go from A to B, get me a cab, and the cab arrives at your doorstep in 10 minutes or even less. Now the problem that we are trying to solve, these are very generic problems. So in my opinion, the problems that you are trying to solve, look around you. Now these could be technical problems, these could be functional problems, these could be, societal problems. But all of these problems which really are important for you to solve, you really have to think about them. You need to feel the problem. So my way of looking at ideation is very simple. And Deepak, please confirm if everything is good so far and people are looking at my slide.
Yes, sir. The audio is very good, and the presentation is also going on. It's just a little blur, but we are sorting it out. Nothing wrong from your side. Please continue.
Okay. So you have to first of all conceptualize the problems by looking around yourself. What are the problems you are trying to which are bothering you, for example, and then you have to spell out the utility. Now, say for example, if I say that I am creating unless I define the utility properly, why should this be valuable to somebody? Now that's not going to fly, right? So you have to really be very, very really pay you for that, right? Unless you really understand that, it will be very difficult. Now, if in case of any business for that matter, unless you have the economics sorted, unless you have the finance sorted, that's not going to fly, that's not going to go very far. So you have to understand the current economics, who is going to pay, how much is the willingness to pay, right? And all those things really are important for you to appreciate before you get to building something, okay? You have to find the limitations. Why should this be something which really changes somebody's lives, right? You have to find the limitations of the problem statement that you're talking about. Now, once you have done all these things, a very interesting question comes here that can this be solved by using Web 2 technology stack? And maybe if yes, then you have to find out the users of the application who are going to be using this application, are they going to be engaged into the application as an owner, as a user, as a contributor, or what's going to be the role? Now let me be specific here. For example, now if you go and listen to your music, and I'll be giving many of these examples a little later down the line. if you are listening to your music, how about if somebody tells you that, look, if you are listening to this music, I will pay you something for listening, right? Now, and that's a very interesting proposition, and we'll talk about it. For example, there is a concept in Web3 blockchain which is called, learn to earn. Now, if you come to my platform, you start learning and you start earning. Now, what are these earnings? What are these currencies? What is the economics involved? We'll talk about them, don't worry about it. But the underlying premise is that, are you really engaging people not only for the purpose of the product, but are there things beyond that? And that's what I am trying to say. Try to think of it with a blockchain solutioning mindset. Now, that makes it completely different, guys. I mean, you have possible earlier. There was no possibility of imagining even the solutions that this blockchain has provided, which really blockchain has made possible. And that is why I am 100% confident, and we all feel who are working in Web3, that Web3 is going to be the future. There is no way that it cannot. The question is that, are you pushing yourself into that ecosystem now? If you don't do it now, it will be late later. So you have to understand that very, very clearly, that Web3 is the way it is going forward, because sorry about that, because the way the community is engaged into the ecosystem is much, much better and much, much pronounced as compared to Web2. So once you have sorted all these things out, and again, if you go and sit and okay, you say that no, I am going to be coming up with an idea. I mean, it doesn't really happen like that. It really has to have a very systematic thought process. And like you must have heard Abhishek day before yesterday, the different skills, even yesterday he was talking about, the different skills that we talk about. What are the skills to become a Web3 developer, right? It has to be your ability to research, ability to Google. I was talking to one of the persons in my village, and he came to me with some question that, okay, now I don't understand this form. This form was from some stock market form. I told him the same very simple philosophy that Abhishek always talks about, that have you Googled it? He said, no. I said, okay, Google in front of me. And I made him Google, and he wrote 2 or 3 important questions, the relevant questions, and he got all the answers. And you all understand that. I don't need to tell you about this. But now that becomes a tool to understand new technologies. Guys, I will tell you, and again, I'll little drift away from the main topic here. When I was, young in your shoes, when I was doing my engineering, in those days when I had to study something, if I had to know something, even if I had to know the meaning of a word, I had to go and look into Oxford Dictionary, or I had to go to a magazine or stall, the book stall, and I had to go and refer to the book. Gone are the days. The information, the world's information is in your pocket, in your mobile. Leverage that to become a Web3 developer. And believe me, if you are not doing it right now, you are going to be late in this. And then, because everything, and you believe this, I think I'll tell you, that in your life, whatever you do, you have to do things on time. If you don't do things on time, then you miss the bus. And that is very, very important. You should always keep things in mind. And you are fortunate to have been in this auditorium today. You have been picked up, you have done wonderful. In fact, we have designed the quizzes in which you guys have done fantastic in those quizzes. I have personally looked at all the quizzes that you guys have taken, and I was very impressed by the way you people have answered. In fact, I have created that quiz for you, 75 questions quiz, and I was very, very impressed by looking at the answers that you guys have given. That tells me that you have got the foundation to become a Web3 developer. How you build on it, we will guide you. We will take you to the next stage. But I would expect the equivalent amount of reciprocation from your side
by putting hard work, by doing what we are asking you to do, by not taking things lightly. And then we can promise to you that your future will be very different from what it would otherwise have been. Okay, coming back to the point. So once we have done the solutioning, then you go and do the MVP creation. Now, what does MVP mean? It's minimum viable product. You cannot go and build Amazon, in few days or few weeks or even few months. You have to finalize what exactly you want to do. What is going to be the first few features of the product, which will demonstrate which will give the ability to people to appreciate that, look, this is going to be the current one, and this is how we are going to be expanding it in future. So I think all those things we will be talking about in the context of real business. But before I do that, so I thought let me give you a perspective of how should you ideate, how should you look at your product building, how should you think about blockchain, what dimension of blockchain is going to help you in your product building. Okay, and then finally get on to the building. That's essential, and we have been doing it now. From tomorrow to next 3 days, we will be working exactly on the same point. How do you build? We will have experts who are going to be working with you. We will be putting you in a group, and then you will be and I would expect, like Abhishek mentioned yesterday, that you all have to think of 10 ideas. Okay, and once you have 10 ideas thought about what problem you are trying to solve, right, and then we will be putting you into a group. And then I would like to hear 1 or 2 brilliant ideas from each group. Okay, and Deepak will be helping you do that in the evening today. And then you finalize your idea, and then from tomorrow onwards you start building on that idea. That's how the process is going to be. But again, anyway, enough said on this. Let's go to the next slide, Deepak, please. What is Web3 and what is the growth story so far? I'm pretty sure with the discussions, with the sessions that have happened so far, you understand the crux of Web3. Now, I don't want to go and repeat everything here, but one thing I will tell you, that the information age has been changing very fast. From the time internet was read-only, I remember those days where you just go and read news on the internet, on a web page. From that point in time, it has moved on to the next stage where people have been doing a lot of things, and you all have, in fact, you all have grown in that era. The Facebook era, the Amazon era, last 10 years, 15 years, you have seen how exactly that has changed the lives of people. But there is some problem in that. What is that problem? That the content creators, now today's internet is basically being created by the community. The companies are giving a platform. Companies are giving set of features to people to use. But the content comes from you and I. Now, when the content comes from you and I am the owner of the content. I should be the logical owner of the content. I should be rewarded for creating that content. But that really is not the case today. The ownership lies with someone. The benefits of that content gets to you in a very, very diminished way, right? And there are several platforms. I don't want to name them, but at the end of the day, what really happens here is that, if you create 100 rupees of worth of content, you get 5 rupees. 95 goes to somebody else. That is so unfair. That's where this Web 3.0 comes, where we say that, okay, fine, the content is yours, the maximum reward should go to you. Now this is wonderful. Correct? So I think we have talked about it, and I just wanted to take you through the that part piece of the function again. Let's go to the next slide, Deepak. Layers of the landscape. Now you guys have been talking about it for so long. If you look at the blockchain application and technology, there are different layers. And again, I will not go too deep into this because my intention of this session is very different. But I want you to appreciate that any solution that you build has got several underlying layers of infrastructure which is needed to make that application work. And these are very, very essential. Now, you guys are getting into development lands. Okay, you are trying to become a Web 3.0 developer. You must have understanding of all these layers. All these layers. Now, the question is that where do you build expertise? Depends on your interest. Are you a networking guy? Maybe, yeah, why not? Now, networking happens in blockchain in a very, very different way. It's like peer-to-peer networking. The gossip protocol. I mean, these things are a little technical. Maybe we can, we can talk about it a little later as well. But the question I am raising to you is that you have to find out what are the different things which are, going to be, which are interesting, which you find, that you really should be spending time in that. So these things are very, very important. Be it storage. Storage happens in a very different way. Databases, they are managed very differently here. Networking happens very differently here. The blockchain level consensus, and I think you must have been, told about this in previous sessions, that how do, in fact, I heard Silva talking about it, yesterday and day for yesterday, that how does consensus happen? What do you mean by consensus? Right? Consensus is, arriving at a decision as to what's going to be the next node in blockchain. Now, there are different ways in which you can arrive that, like Silva was talking about proof of work, proof of stake, delegated proof of stake. There are several other, proof of elapsed time. There are several ways in which you can create consensus, right? And these are all, like Silva mentioned, these are the matter of deep research. So we need researchers also in this field. If you don't want to be application guy, be a researcher. Fantastic opportunities here. So depending upon your skill set, depending upon your expertise, you could choose the area that you really want to work in blockchain. Deepak, so far so good. Please confirm to me.
Yes, sir. The audio was totally fine. We had some issue with the presentation on screen. Yeah, but we can continue, sir. Please.
Okay. So please go to the next slide, application slide. So in the application slide, if you guys see, there are some blocks I have put. Okay. Now these blocks are built for you to understand that what are the different areas in which block spending little in-depth time on the finance room. But one thing I want you to appreciate in this session, and especially in this slide, is that why is blockchain relevant into all of these business segments? So let's look at supply chain. Okay, supply chain basically, if you understand, supply chain basically, how does the movement of goods happens for various business purposes, right? Now, when you look at the movement of stuff for various things, okay, there are different complications that come depending upon what are you trying to do. For example, if you are moving something which is perishable, for example, you are moving fruits, you are moving poultry items, if you are moving fish, or anything that will be perishable in some time. Now, what they are done, they are kept in containers, and these are very, very highly, I would say, specialized kind of containers in which there are temperature sensors all made earlier. And I'm just giving you one example. You can think of hundreds of other examples. Now, what happens in those containers, that the temperature is mandated not to go below a certain, not to go rise up beyond a point, and if that happens, that the goods becomes perished. Now imagine if you are, if you are a supplier and if you have spent say 5 crores in transporting something from A to B, and if you have got some place where temperature has gone up beyond the threshold, would you really want to go and take that risk, you say, oh, no, fine, I mean, let's go and deliver it. But what happens there? The food already has got destroyed. In fact, and if it is not accepted at the receiving point, that's the complete loss of, loss of the whole product. So much of money is in stake you can't imagine. Now, why does blockchain help here? Why would you really look at it? So the basic reason is that, and I'll come to this slide later, that you have got something called immutability. Now you haven't thought about this, I know already, that something which goes on blockchain cannot be altered. It can just be, you can put up more transactions on top of this transaction, but nobody has got access to go and change this data once it gets into a block. Now what happens here? So once you kind of look at it, the people who are into the game, who have vested interest in these things, they don't have an ability to go and change it. Now that is something which is much, I would say, safer mechanism for the end consumers, right? Like this, if you look at, for example, we talked about immutability, we talked about ownership. I will talk about ownership in finance more. We talked about community participation in the business process. For example, if you talk about there are so many platforms which we will talk about later, in which community is rewarded for participating in the business of the product. For example, I will create a platform. In that platform, if anybody who comes and learns something, I'll be rewarding that guy. I will be incentivizing. From where will I be incentivizing them? But there will be sources of income for the platform, and that income is not distributed to one person or one company like it happens in the centralized world. What happens that money gets distributed to everybody who is instrumental in making that platform work. Now imagine you compare that with the centralized world companies. Now if you are a company A or company X, you have got 100 crores of revenue. Okay, out of expenses your profit is, say for example, 60 crores. How much? And if you are a publicly listed company, if you have gone for IPOs and all that, fine, you could you could go and ask, you will distribute some dividends to the shareholders, but rest money is retained by the company. But in Web3, what we say, okay, I have got 60 crores profit. This 60 crores profit is distributed to everybody who is instrumental in building that platform. So imagine the whole dimension changes here. Now the people who are using the platform, they are the owners of the platform also. Could this have been possible in the Web2 world? No way. And that is where I am saying that these things are transformational. So, do you guys understand the finance world to some extent? Let me ask some questions, Deepak. Please ask question on my behalf to the team. What is the difference between primary market and secondary market? I just talked about IPOs. I want people to answer to me, what is the difference between primary market and secondary market?
Anyone wants to take that up? Primary market and secondary market, what is the difference? Whose family is from, if you come from a family of a finance background, basically, in the bank, parents being on the bank, yeah, you want to take a shot? Yeah, perfect. Or does your family come from the bank?
Basically, secondary market is a market in which all the shares have been listed on the stock exchange, but in the primary market, the shares are not listed on the stock exchange.
I could not hear properly. Deepak, can you please relay the answer to me?
Sir, in secondary market, the shares of the companies are listed on a stock exchange where the public can trade the shares, but in a primary market, the shares are not listed on the stock exchange. Is that correct?
Okay, I think you are very close, but I think there could be more precise answer. Can anybody else try? Okay, so I think
Yeah, so we
make it
have
simple, right? So I think my
another hand.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sir.
Please go ahead.
Well, in the primary market, we have a thing called IPO, initial public offering, and in that maybe the stocks are created for the first time and sold to the public. But in case of secondary marketing, the stocks are traded. Like they are not the new stocks; they are already existing stocks, and they are traded between people.
100%. So I think please give a very good, round of applause to.
Fantastic.
What is your name?
My name is Deepak actually.
Okay, another Deepak.
Praveen
Excellent. All
sir, we
Deepak
have Deepak 1, Deepak 2, now we have Deepak 3.
Okay, so all Deepaks are very sharp. So, kudos to all Deepaks. So, Deepak, very good answer. Let me ask you, let me challenge you with another question here. Why do you need a secondary market? Why can't we just live with primary market?
I don't know the precise answer, but I think one of the reason is maybe for the cash flow or flow of the money or stocks. It's better for financial. I don't know exactly.
No, I think it is very simple, Deepak. It is very simple answer. So, for example, if you are buying a company share in IPO, what happens? Money goes to the company. Company gives you some share. Correct? That's what happens in the IPO.
Yeah.
In the initial public offering case. Now, why will you buy a company's share IPO in IPO if you don't have a place where you can go and sell that share?
Okay.
I mean, will you buy that? I mean, if you know that whatever money you are giving to the company, you can't sell that share anywhere else, will you buy that share?
No, we won't buy it. We buy it because we want to sell it and make money, right?
Yeah. For selling, you need to have a secondary market. That is very, very important thing. That's a very simple thing. It is commonsensical thing. You should have a place where you can go and sell and buy things which are not related to the company. I mean, in the sense where you are not dealing with the company directly. And that's pretty straight question there. But good job, Deepak.
Thank you. Thank you.
So coming back to the point. So basically, if you really look at, I talked about supply chain, I talked about insurance. Guys, let me take some example, okay? And then you will understand what I am saying. Right now, if you look at the insurance world, a lot of fraud happens where people are claiming insurance even when they are not, they should not. On the other hand, there are many cases where there is a deserving case of insurance, but insurance company does not pay. Both sides are there, right? Now, what blockchain does, and you guys are already smart now by understanding smart contract. So what happens here, that you decide the parameters upfront. And let's take an example of agriculture. In agriculture, what happens, and I think, if some of you have, opportunity of visiting the villages in India, you will understand what I'm saying here, that there are so many schemes of the government that, okay, if drought happens, then I'll give you this much rupees per acre. If flooding happens, this much money will be given to you per acre. And even if these things don't happen, people go and claim, people go and get money. So what happens, these are of course government schemes, but there are a lot many insurance companies who also are facing this problem, and people are also facing. So smart contract, and I'll tell you that, the people who are basically, who are getting into an insurance, the parameters are hard coded in the smart contract. I will say, if the drought happens, how will you decide the drought? There are technical parameters. You can always go and say the moisture level of the soil is this, on these many continuous days. You can do 100 things basically. So I'm not getting into that. But the idea is that if something happens, smart contract would know. And my next question to all of you, Deepak, my next question to all of you is that smart contract, if it has to get the data from outside to know whether drought has happened or not, how will a smart contract get that data from outside? Who can answer that question for me? You haven't thought about this.
Yeah, that should be fairly, I should see a lot of hands. Why am I not seeing?
how does an insurance, if you are writing an insurance smart contract which has to know what has happened outside, how would the smart contract know? How will it get the data from outside world?
Sir, we use oracles.
Fantastic. What is your name?
I'm Hanisha.
Anisha, very good stop, very good answer. So that is something called oracles. Oracles are the way in which a data is fed to a smart contract, because smart contracts don't have the capability to go and access the data from outside. Got it? So now, I am writing a smart contract which really has the same purpose, where I will go and I will write a smart contract that, look, if flood happens or if drought happens, what I will do? I will simply transfer the money from the insurance company to the person. No intervention. Done and dusted. Now imagine how much, no data fraud. Because if you are insured person, you are not giving data. You are not supplying Oracle. Oracle is something which is pretty much standardized. Oracle knows how to get the data. And as long as that data is safe. And why is it safe? I am sure you haven't thought about it. There is one of the most famous oracles is Chainlink. Now Chainlink, what does Chainlink do? Chainlink has got different types of data sources. All these data sources are fed into the smart contract of Chainlink, and they also have a decentralized way of voting on these data points. And the end of that, the whole exercise is such that you get data which is vetted by the community. Community in the sense, the miners or whatever you call, people who are decision makers there. So that data can be trusted, right? So now there are so many applications. I talked about insurance, I talked about supply chain, agriculture. What are the different ways in which you can leverage blockchain in agriculture? And I'll give you a simple example. How many of you have some exposure to agriculture? Can you please, Deepak, can you please help me understand in terms of percentage?
Yeah, absolutely. So guys, I think we have already taken up this question. Please raise your hands. So I'll get a context of how many of you are from an agricultural background or family belongs to an agricultural background. So I'm saying about, come on, don't be lazy, it's just a hand. Yeah, okay. So I think pretty much about 50 to 80 people, if not more. And some hands are lazy, I guess.
Okay. So fantastic. So you guys understand what I'm saying. Now I think I will be making it very simple. Okay. The point what I'm trying to make here is that agriculture has got various dimensions. Now these dimensions could be the input, what you buy, the whole process of the farming, for example, starting from application of seed to fertilizer to water to this and to that until the crop gets ready. And then of course the third dimension is basically your supply chain of agriculture, be it input or be it finished product, right? Now everywhere, now if you have heard of organic produce, and I think that really you all should know that something is called organic when nothing has been used inorganic in that cycle, correct? Now it is very difficult. Now if you say, for example, if I am creating something organic, and I think in India we still are trying to develop this process. We still haven't gone to a stage like in European countries and some other places where the food is pretty, if somebody claims it is organic, it is truly organic. I think we are still reaching there. But what happens that if you are using something, if you use something which really is not organic, then what happens? Then the whole process is gone. And if I am the farmer, if I am the producer, I will try to hide it. But blockchain, what it does is that you create a mechanism in which whatever happens on the field, what kind of water you use there, do water testing, get the result, store it in the blockchain. What kind of seed have you used, make it registered on the blockchain. Fertilizer used, put in the blockchain. And then once you have done it, nobody has got the ability to go and change it, right? So now that creates the trust in the end produce. Like that, there are so many cases, so many examples of basically, being able to use blockchain in agriculture. To talk about games, in games what we do, that if you look at all the Web2 games today, these games are pretty interesting, and all kids, and I'm sure all of you would have been playing a lot of games right now. But the problem in those games basically is that you play the games, you earn something, that money cannot be cashed out. You are not a part of that. Really is something which is not your income. Okay, now the whole dynamics has got changed, and you believe me, and I think I'm sure now after going through all these sessions, you will appreciate these things much more, and I will encourage you to go and look at some of the Web3 crypto games which really have been so successful. There are several games in which people are creating their livelihood in some Asian countries. People are playing games, they have got expertise, they are earning to the extent that they don't need to work. How does that happen? See guys, I think it is not possible for me to go and cover each and every dimension here, but my objective of this session is to create enough awareness in you so that you go back and start studying these areas pretty in depth. And believe me, you'll start loving this. That is the best part of this space. Enough information is available. You go and ask people. People will be helping you to appreciate it, understand it. Okay, and there are several ways. For example, if you look at tourism, if you look at cinema, real estate. How about and you must understand the fact. You must be aware of already that fact that many of the land pieces in India right now, they have very, very dicey ownership records. Imagine all the land records, and many states are already working on this initiative where the land records are being brought on blockchain. Done. No further issues. No more manipulation. So the question is that you talked about art, you talked about music, it has got endless list. But why is it so important, and why is it that people are, why is it that people are so concerned about it, so serious about it? Why are they doing it? Why is the adoption happening? Let's go to the next slide, Deepak, please. So some of the important things that I talked about: value proposition, decentralization, and I will take this topic a little more in a different way in my next slide, next presentation. But decentralization, where you do not need a central entity to come and do things for you. If if Deepak wants to send some money to Hanisha, Hanisha wants to send some money to Deepak, both of them can do this without having any third bank. Imagine where is the world going. And in fact, I was talking to one of the bankers last month, and I was pretty unhappy with their services. And I went and talked to the head of the bank and told him the same thing. Boss, look, you are being replaced very soon. Because ultimately, you have to take care of your customer. Decentralization gives you that ability. Ownership. Now, you must have been talked about, ownership. How do you own this is your data. As long as you are retaining your private keys, as long as you are retaining your seed phrase, nobody can touch it. Now, something very, very important point to consider, and we talked about immutability, which really has much, much wider repercussions on the whole, paradigm. And this immutability works in any business segment that you talk about, be it supply chain, be it agriculture, be it music rights, cinema rights. You understand? There are, and you guys must know already that there are certain movies where people spend, crores and crores of rupees. But before it goes even in the theaters, there are many cases, and you must have heard of that the video of the movie gets out. Done. So whom do you trust? Should you trust a system? Should you trust an individual? Should you trust an entity? Whom should you trust? That's a big question. And what we say, What Web3 says is that, okay, don't trust anyone. Trust the program. As long as you're writing the best program, you are good. And that is what is the objective, what we have here at IBC Media today. We want to make you all fantastic Web3 developers, Web3 programmers. Any questions so far, Deepak?
Guys, if there's any doubt, please raise your hand. Yeah. Please go ahead.
Hello, sir. I am Puneet Khatri. As you said in agriculture, as you said in agriculture, we will use fertilizers and seeds that we will add in blockchain. And how it will be added in the blockchain?
So Puneet, very good question. And I saw you yesterday on the stage. I think you only got the T-shirt, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good job, Puneet. See, I think what I mean when I say that you don't really go and put these fertilizers in the blockchain. Blockchain is not a container. Okay, what I mean is that the records, the tamper-proof record of what is being done, that data goes into the blockchain. For example, I'll give an example. Say, for example, you are applying a particular type of fertilizer into your agriculture farm, and that data is validated by 3 sources. For example, who all are the interested party in the agriculture process right now? And if you're talking about agriculture at a large scale, the person who is doing the farming, right? The person on ground, the person who is the manager of that farm, the person from where you have got the fertilizer purchased, right? The banker who may be financing that agriculture, right?
Yes,
the insurance guy who is insuring that fertilizer. So there are 5-6 people who are in the process. And all of them coming together, sitting at one place and saying, okay, fine, we all agree that this particular fertilizer with this receipt number, this pack number has been applied on this farm. All of them agree, vote, that data gets into a block, and that is done.
Okay, sir.
Do you agree? Do you agree with me?
Yes, sir. I think we clarified that. Yes, sir. We did. Guys, any other questions here? All right, sir. I think there are no more questions. We can continue.
Okay, great. So let us go to the next slide, which is called thinning boundaries. Okay, so so before I go to the next slide, can you please ask people, does it make sense? Has it made sense so far to people?
Guys, give it up a little louder so he will hear it. Has it? Yes, sir. Indeed, there.
So why is the energy so low? I mean, I think I see energy pretty high in other sessions, so I think energy looks to be low here.
I don't think so. Okay, let's clear up Praveen sir's doubt. Is the energy low here? No, sir. Are we clear until now? Yes, sir. Sir, does that clarify your doubt?
Got it. So no, I think I definitely see. I think, guys, so I cannot make you, a blockchain developer. Give me a second. I'm charging my system. So yeah. So basically, see, it is not possible to kind of become Web3 developer in a day. It has to be a journey, and we here are initiating your journey. We are giving that perspective to you, and I think, if you really go and look at, I become sometimes philosophical. If you go and look at the education system of our ancient Indian culture, where there were, gurus basically, and they used to show, the value of the system, education system. Kids used to study them, right? So something like that. I mean, that's what we're trying to do. Let's come back to the point here. Next slide is thinning. thinning boundaries, what I mean by, with the advent of blockchain, you have two different worlds which are developing here. One is the real world that we live in, where we are having our houses, we have our, we take food, we roam around, we have food, we have people. It is
So there's a network issue, we can't hear you. Sounds coming like there's an alien invasion.
Deepak, I can't hear you. Please.
So can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Are you on Earth?
Yes, I am very much on Earth. So
Because-
if you guys can hear me, I can start.
In the last 30 seconds, we saw some very scary sounds. We heard some very scary sounds. Please continue, sir.
No, I think. Okay, sorry about that. I am not sure. As I told you that it is being a different experience here, and I love villages, and somehow there are many things which are not in my control. So apologies, guys. But yeah, I think
Not about the background sound, the internet, because of the internet actually. Please continue. The sounds
Okay. Okay. Sure. So I'm not sure till what a point you guys heard me. I was talking about the metaverses. Now these metaverses are a concept basically which is very, I would say,
So sadly, we can't hear you properly. There's a lot of network issue, I think. But we appreciate you being so patient and trying it.
Yeah, let me know when you can hear me.
Yeah, we are back.
Okay. So my question is that can anybody take a shot at tokenization? Do you understand tokenization, guys?
Yeah, I think we have spoken about it, right? We have already discussed. Do we know about tokenization? No? Yeah, we have a hand here, sir.
Can I hear them?
Yeah, sure. I'm absolutely taking it to them. Yeah, one second.
Tokenization is nothing but if we have any digital asset in the tokenization is that we will have a token for that digital asset. So it shows that we are the owner of that digital asset. It may
Fantastic. I got it. Very good. What is your name?
Puneet.
Okay, Puneet. Very good answer. So the very, very rightly explained, tokenization is basically virtual representation of something. Now that something could be the real world asset, that could also be a virtual world asset, does not matter. For example, if you have got a stock or a bond in the real world, you could go and tokenize that in virtual world, metaverses or blockchain world, crypto world, and that can really, that will have its own basically, movement in the crypto world. Okay. So tokenization is something which is very important in the metaverse context. It really has, you know, cover this aspect maybe when we go to the next presentation. Okay, what I'm trying to say here is that the metaverses are having several use cases right now, and with these use cases, basically a lot of business problems are being solved. Now metaverses are basically in all the possible business segments that you can think of. They could be in games, they could be in real world utilities, they could be in sports, they could be in education, they could be anywhere. And I'm not sure how much really have you spent time on metaverses, but definitely do spend some time. And my sense is that though still we see these two worlds right now little different, disintegrated, but it is not very far when people will be kind of interacting in those two worlds very simultaneously, and you need to be at it. Now metaverses are basically, as I said earlier, they involve a lot of other technologies such as AR, VR, and other things. But the interesting part is that what is the business value proposition of the metaverse? That is something which really is very important for you to understand. And I think maybe in next few days, if time permits, I'll come again online with you guys, and I'll spend some more time with some specific topics which really will make your life more interesting. Okay. So I think I have talked about it. I'm going to finance slide, next slide. And again, there are several things that I'll be skipping for now. When I go to the next slide, next presentation quickly, I'll be covering some of these things. I talked about games, next slide, Deepak, and then after that, I have arts and music. We talked about, let me spend maybe a few minutes on this. Now, there are some platforms I have listed here, such as Audience, Rhythm, Sing, and all. There are many others, basically. What these guys do? These guys make the music streaming, very different. For example, you could go and stream, you could go and create videos. So one of the things that what happens today, if you guys understand that if you are basically a very established singer, for example, established singer from any country for that matter, it is not difficult for you to go and, create your own, music albums. You have got your own listeners, you have got your community, all those are no problems. But imagine there are so many people today who are very talented, but they don't have money. Where do they go? And unfortunately, for the last 100 years or so, in my opinion, I'm not sure how you guys think of it, but it never happened that only 10 people who are in the limelight in the music world and the singing world, they are only talented. No, there are many more. But what is stopping from these guys from coming up to their true potential? Because they don't have any opportunity. They don't have money to go and even buying some basic instruments. They do. Nobody, if they go to somebody and ask them to, okay, can you please create an album for me? They'll definitely, they won't accept it because they are not known figures. So the point what I'm trying to say is that Web3 and blockchain have given people an ability to, leverage their talent if they have. There are people who are going to be listening to you. You can create your own fan base, right? And that's going to be path-breaking. Imagine now, this may look a very simple thing, but imagine you are opening the whole world to these guys. Something which was not thinkable in the past, right? So the point is not I mean, the limited to these slides. The point that I'm trying to make here is much broader, much larger in the context. If you really see. Guys, so far with me, Deepak.
Yes, sir. And I think a lot of would be interested in this segment, especially because of what happened yesterday. We had a lot of beautiful voices, even on the seats and on the stage as well. So, yeah, I guess everybody is on the same page.
Things are basically,
Yes, sir. We lost you.
Deepak?
Yes, sir. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, now we can. We can also hear you. Please go ahead.
So what I'm saying that talk about an extent we became Deepak, so
Sir, we can't hear you. Really sorry.
So Deepak, am I audible?
Yeah, now you are, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay, you know what I'm saying, Deepak, that next 3-4 days when I'm in a better connected place, guys, I will spend some time with all of you again.
Yeah.
I'll be covering some more topics, and I'll be taking you through several things which will be pretty, I would say, in my opinion, pretty helpful. So Deepak, now I think I'll summarize my first presentation here by saying that the Web3 and blockchain has entered all walks of life. You hear me? It has entered all walks of life. And if I look at the history and the journey of blockchain in last 12 years to 13 years, it really has done a lot. Lot has been done. But at the same time, a lot more is remaining to be done. A lot more is remaining to be done. And that is where I invite all of you that don't take these 9-day sessions just like another session that you attend. It could change you. And like I was listening to other speakers, including Abhishek, that this could change you. And the control of that change is lying in your hands. What are you doing with that? We are more than willing to help you, extend any kind of help that you need, but the effort has to come from your side. Look guys, the world is waiting with both arms. It will be very, I would say, limiting in thoughts if you do not take that opportunity. I'm telling you, and I think like Abhishek and others were saying, I talked to most of our sponsors, and these guys are struggling to get top-class Web3 developers. And I tell them that all the top Web3 developers are sitting in this Tech Mahindra auditorium today. You'll find people coming from here and becoming the top developers of tomorrow.
Give a clap for yourselves.
And I'm not saying just for the sake of saying, guys, I believe in this. But I need you to, prove me right by spending the effort that we are asking you to do. It will not happen. The journey is not going to be easy. Nothing worthwhile comes easy, believe me. If you have to choose between the two paths in your life, choose the difficult one. Always, without any second thought. And I do that always. If I have got two options, the one which is easier, I'll never choose that. Believe me. And you can talk to anybody who has worked with me in my last 25 years. They'll tell you the same thing. I'll choose the difficult one, the more difficult one, and challenge myself. I still do a lot of research today, lot of research, be it technology, be it function. In fact, if you guys are aware of AWS cloud environment, I did my professional level certification 2 years back. I don't think I'm as young as you guys. I'm pretty old, and Deepak knows that. The point of what I'm trying to tell all of you that please believe in yourself and keep your targets, keep your ambition very, very high, laughingly high. People should laugh at you. Oh, come on, I mean, Puneet Khatri is thinking like this. People should laugh at you. They should laugh you out. But that's how it should be. So Deepak, I think I hope I have been able to give some perspective to all of you with respect to the various possibilities of the blockchain applications across different business segments, across different walks of life. I hope you understand it little better than what you understood earlier. But I think this really needs a lot of more in-depth time spending from all of you. So Deepak, so with that, I come to conclusion of my first presentation. Do you give me time for covering my second presentation, or I am already done and you don't want the second presentation for now?
Sir, let me get in touch with you for that. But before that, guys, raise your hands if you took away something from this session. So Praveen sir, I just wanted to let you know that we have all the hands up. So internet couldn't prevent us from sharing the knowledge. Guys, give a huge round of applause to Praveen sir and yourselves.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, oh, come on.
Hey,
you can do better. I want you to give a big round of applause to Praveen. I'll tell you why. He has spent sleepless nights with the team trying to put this program together for you. He is the Chief Operating Officer for IBC Media. He's extremely knowledgeable when it comes to blockchain, and he's an extremely good mentor and a teacher, and you guys will interact with him at some point. But guys, you know, this wouldn't have been possible without Praveen and his effort with the team. So one more time, a big round of applause to Praveen, please.
Hey, thank you, Abhishek. Guys, I think I know, I saw the visuals of Abhishek talking to all of you a couple of days back. And I think one of the things that IBC Media and led by Abhishek Pitti is that what we are trying to do, he is overly ambitious for you guys. And I think the leadership that Abhishek Pitti has provided to IBC Media, the vision that he has for you, and it will be required from your side to convert this to reality. And I believe, and that's Abhishek and I, we always talk about it, and I respect his vision for the company. I respect his vision for India in blockchain, and I respect all the efforts that he's putting towards making this happen. So Abhishek, thank you for your leadership, and I'm sure this 9 days program, Hackfest from IBC Media, is
Praveen, we are feeling you already, but I'll tell you, he talked about the vision. You know what is the vision we have for you guys? Can anybody guess how many crores worth of vision we have for you guys? Let's see if you guys can remember what I said earlier. Well, you guys are close. I'm not going to waste too much time because we'll talk again later in the day. I have a 2,400 crores worth of vision for you guys. Can anybody tell me how did I come up with this number? You can tell me in the evening, no rush, think about it. But it's a 2,400 crores of a vision. There you go, who was that? Round of applause. 300 into 8, this is just a simple factoring, but if everybody gets 8 crores of a package, you know, in the near to short term, we make 2,400 crores on a yearly basis in this room. Who doesn't want that? or who wants it? Right? So we all working towards that 2400 crores vision, and thanks to people and the leadership team here, Praveen will make it happen. We'll talk more in the day, but let's continue with the sessions because we're behind a little bit. Yeah, Deepak, thank you.
Sure. Yeah, thank you, Deepak. But to end my first session, and I know we will reschedule our second session. We will find some time out. But at the same time, guys, finance will be very interesting space, and we will be talking about several interesting things in finance and decentralized finance. So we'll be leaving that for some other time. But at the same time, Deepak will brief you about the day's remaining agenda. But one thing that I want all of you to commit to me today, that you are going to take it seriously. We are not going to leave any stone unturned in making this vision of Abhishek a reality. So thank you so much, and all the very best in your fantastic journey with IBC Media, and I'll talk to you guys later.
So Praveen sir, before you leave us, I hope you heard Abhishek sir, and just FYI, we'll be spending a lot more sleepless nights now because of that figure, and really looking forward to be working.
I think I like that, Deepak. I like that. I don't know how many of you know that we work pretty insanely, and in fact, Abhishek and I, we used to work till 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., and then we realized by looking at the clock that it's already 4. The same way, with my team, Deepak, and Deepak and I, we never look at the time when we work. Similar, I want to appreciate my other team, who is Priscilla Bromwich. She works out of Dubai. She is an integral part of the whole program definition. So we all are doing so much for you guys. Now it is your turn to make it happen, and this will not happen just like that, guys. This is not going to happen just like that. You have to put in equal amount of hard work, and I'm sure you will do that. Thank you, Deepak.
Guys, let's make it happen with a huge round of applause for Praveen sir. Under the leadership of Mr. Abhishek Pitti and Mr. Praveen Thakur, I don't think you guys need more. All you need is just hard work. Thank you so much, sir, once again, for having the patience and putting in so much energy to be available with us and give the session to whatever extent, to the best possible extent you could. Yeah, so we'll be back in a second. I think we can go out for a break, and before that, there's a very important announcement about the littering that I had discussed earlier. Another extremely crucial thing that has happened here about some damages, right? So I don't want to take that up. For that, Avinash sir will come here and speak to you. I didn't want to say it in the morning because I didn't want to start the session on a negative note. But you need to take certain things very seriously to an extent that you will be driven out of this room if we find out there are some damages that were done purposely. So take it extremely seriously, right? We don't want this to happen, and talk more on that. We'll have Abhishek sir, Avinash sir address you on that, right? We will we'll go out for a break, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you once again, everyone.
the knowledge base we are creating together. The links for education, for Web3 that you are supposed to look up and go through them and understand, and then forward it if it's meaningful to Kareem. The 10 links. Don't just do Google copy paste. You need to know what you're sending. So if you send a link, I may just open up that link and ask you questions on the link to explain what this link is about. So don't just do copy paste, right? 2, I do want you to make sure that the other responsibility that I gave you, which is ideas. So here's what I thought about this morning. I was having a cold shower and it came to my head, and a lot of the times the ideas come when you're having a shower. You should try that. Is we need to make this all the Web3 way. And the Web3 way is we make ideas open source. So I want everybody to share ideas in the Discord community so that everybody can see what ideas have already been shared and what you can come up with. So, and we will do it in the same format we are doing it for education. Puneet, you will collect all ideas in an Excel sheet, share the Excel sheet with everybody, let everybody see what ideas have already been shared. Together, we need to come up with 3,000 unique ideas and 3,000 unique sources of information. And make sure you know what idea you're sending and what information you're sending, because I will get 10 people on the stage and let them talk about their ideas and their information. So it's not just a mechanical exercise, right? So, and we will all choose the 10 best ideas and the 10 best information sources that people have come up with. Because guess what? You all will vote for it. So that said, Puneet, Kareem, you still have a few days to get done with it. Keep me posted. And by the way, if you need to get in touch with me, my email is abhi@ibc.media. So abhi@ibc.media, right? So I'm going to be keeping up with Puneet and Kareem. It's almost like if they reach out to you, it's almost as I am reaching out to you. Please respect their time. They are one of you, one of us, and they're trying to do leadership, and our job is to support the leadership here. So I look forward to. Now, before I leave the stage, and we'll talk more in the evening about something very cool, and there will be 2 more volunteers I will be looking for to do something more exciting. And so make up your mind, and we will again catch up in the evening. Kareem and Puneet, thank you so much for the leadership. We look forward to it. Again, big round of applause for Kareem and Puneet, please. And if you face any challenges, please reach out to them. And please share all your ideas, videos, both to Kareem in the Excel sheet. Guys, let's be very efficient. We are living in the stage of technology. Do you have some of those friends who like to go to a movie, but they only buy tickets at the ticket counter? They don't want to use their phone to book the tickets? I have few, okay? It's just that you have to use technology to your advantage. So please use the common Excel sheets where they don't have to do it. They just have to see that you have done your job. They are not babysitters, and you're not babies. So make sure you guys evaluate what people are putting, and you guys have to share the same information in the Discord group. We'll talk about more Discord, which is the third skill set to become a great Web3 developer in the evening. But till then, thank you so much. Looking forward to the sessions. Again, you guys are amazing. I love you guys.
Give it up, guys. Yeah, how many of you like games? and would want to know more about games? No? Rest of them? No? Games don't make sense? Which is your favorite game? Okay. What else? Okay. Okay. Anybody else? Subway Surfer. Yeah, that's favorite. Candy Crush. Yeah, so we will take it up, not just one or two, not just one notch, but we'll take it up a much higher. Let's aim for a higher pedestal, like Abhishek sir says each time, that your intent should be to be as ambitious as possible. And to talk more on that, games in DeFi, we have our next speaker. How many of you have heard about Chingari? Am I seeing all the hands here? How many of you have seen one or the other video from Chingari? I think all of us have, right? I mean, one way or the other on YouTube, somewhere, or on the Chingari platform itself. So, being such a common platform across India and now dwelling into the international markets as well. Coming up next is a person who will explain you exactly how the games in the decentralized finance, in blockchain, are going to change how we look at them. Obviously, Praveen sir gave a context with respect to you playing games and then obviously being paid to play games. But there's much more to that. And to talk to you more on it, we have Mr. Prakash from Chingari. So give him a huge round of applause to bring to us such an amazing session. Right? Guys, can we start the Zoom of or call with Mr. Prakash?
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Are we audible?
Yes, I can hear.
Yes, sir. So, in case you missed, the students are eagerly waiting to hear from you. They are extremely excited. The stage is yours, sir. Please go ahead.
Awesome. Thanks for the introduction as well as listening to it. Quite interesting. So I think I'll have it like a very brief bunch of snippets. It's going to be a very unstructured presentation in terms of concept notes rather than deep theoretical plays on what gaming and blockchain is about. Right? So I think I kept it very simple for folks to understand, and I'll just touch upon a few concept notes and a bit of text snippets at the end. So I think it'll also be useful for the hackers who are trying to do some concept hackings on how gaming can be. So yeah, I think that's how we'll take it over. So yeah, I think in terms of just a second, let's send out. So okay, let me get back. So in terms of popular terms, in terms of blockchain gaming, there are just a few of them that are often used in terms of play to earn, NFT gamings, and metaverse gamings. And of course, NFT trading as well. So these kind of terms kind of rule it. And of course, most of the time when you're on public blockchain gaming, you are going to have a player on tokenomics, because that is where the focus is around. Because most of the games, we went from pay to earn or pay to win towards free to play in terms of battle royale. Now we are in the era of play to earn games, right? Because imagine you are able to get paid for the time that you spend on a platform. I think that's what kind of going to drive people towards blockchain gaming. So that's how it kind of evolved in terms of its current era of gaming. But yeah, to take it further, I'll of course, if some of you have done your research in terms of popular examples of play to earn, so these are some of the games you would have noticed, right? So Axie Infinity, and of course you would have heard in terms of how it kind of revolutionized in the emerging market. Because so how Axie Infinity worked was they put a different place. So they just started out with NFT structures. So people who had the capital spent on the NFT access, and they kind of literally leased it out to those folks who had a lot of time on their hand to play games. So the NFT owners were getting a good share for having the access to the games and with a lot of fun elements, which is like just low leverage game, nothing great fancy about it. But it literally gave a lot of employment opportunities for the people who were able to play on the platform, and still is kind of popular example. Yeah, but Axie Infinity was not the only player. There are a lot of other players who came up into like Decentraland, Zebra, Star Atlas, of course, different L1s, right? So how it kind of changed the games, like in terms of course, there is no more the concept of free to play. They're going to reward you with the tokens, right? So that kind of changed in terms of ecosystem, and especially when the market went up. Each of the game platforms had their own share of traction among the audience. That play to earn, I said, I think there are also other examples in terms of learning and learning as well. So learning and earning are correct two ways. So one you can either earn in NFTs that can be tradable or non-tradable. But at the very least, NFTs are still very popular in terms of rewards and certifications, right? So I think that is one popular concept that emerged. Of course, there are other two examples that I mentioned on the slides, and like where there is much more opportunities to learn and earn while you are able to deploy your own smart contracts on DevNet or testnet. So these are the kind of concepts that were there. And of course, I think one of the reasons, I think the fun element that I noticed was on the SUI L1, where they kind of having a gamified experience on the DevNet as well, where you actually understand how the smart contracts work. In general, learn and earn is also a very good concept to kind of accelerate the learning process, because learning by doing is the best way you can understand Web3 space as well. So yeah, I think these are three different ways. Of course, you can always learning and earn can be possible in Web2 way as well, but you have an enhanced social layer in terms of proof of learning and proof of earning. Right? Both are possible in this. So that's how kind of learn and earn is also one more way of progressing. So this is again like heading back to the Plato one concepts. So how meta-immersive games kind of work is the main layer kind of leases out a bunch of land parcels. Then they try to give you access, putting a cap on access through NFTs. And of course, you always have the branch interaction in terms of like how Sandbox kind of made the platforms, right? So this is kind of self-explanatory. I'm pretty sure most of you would have done your research on how metaverse games kind of work. Yeah, I think to jump it a bit further in terms of what kind of, in terms of what did not work in the last couple of years, or it kind of get saturated, was when you have a hyper focus on rewards, right? So play to earn can get exhaustive because it's always linked to the current market. So it's always unpredictable. That is not directly linked in any way how good the game is or how engaging the game is, right? So, and the Axie model was there is a lot of games that came upward that got funded with focusing too much on the Axie model. So it kind of, when you have a really good concept and it gets forked often, of course, when things are open source, you can see how it kind of works, and for the experts, it's very easy to build even if the project is not open source. So the concept were forked often, and people were making this similar kind of games, and kind of we saw a little bit of saturation in the market in terms of blockchain games. So as a result, there was so much focus on, when you have it too much focus on tokenomics, then you kind of miss in terms of actually building on the social layer of the games. I think that's where kind of things got lost, to be very honest, in the recent thing. But I think there's still more opportunities in terms of progressive changes that you can see in blockchain gaming. So yeah, I think these are some of the frontline insights from industry experts who are in the current space, right? So what are the current priorities? So people are still taking a step back, but we are still retaining the Web2 gaming framework. I mean, like, it's not too different, because at the end of the day, if you look at the tech stack, right, it's only the 10% that they have to concentrate in terms of Web3, because it's only that where you are interacting with smart contracts, how do you reward the users, how do you kind of have that social layer of proofs in terms of engagement. I think that's where it kind of steps up as a Web3 game in a sense. So I think there's a lot of rethinking strategy towards Web3 games that we have seen, and there's a lot more focus is going to be on now it's not just going to be about the gaming to do everything by themselves. It also boils down to how much partner communities that the partner community can branch. I think that is what will make Web3 games much more popular. And of course, there is always going to be a targeted focus on user base, right? User base, there's no substitute for that. You have to have users. So there's no real difference between Web2 and Web3. People do their own kind of strategies in terms of having the user base kind of distributed. So looking at it two differently, of course, if you're looking at in terms of what kind of games you can explore, there are two ways. One is hyper-casual mobile possible games. That is one way of having a wide variety of users, and also being able to have that social element with the mobile-based users. The other one is, the other market is almost like very similar to like kind of arcade setup where it has a very sticky user base, even if it doesn't have the numbers that the mobile game that might have. So arcade games are also going to play a huge factor in terms of blockchain gaming. So yeah, a bit of mobile gaming is always going to be user-oriented, social elements. What are the tangible engagements that you can have? I think these are the most important elements if anyone is going to come up with a mobile-based game. And of course, we have to keep the tokenomics as lightweight as possible. Like the Web2 element is always going to dominate because you don't want to have a very complex, because when you have something fun and you're able to retain the user base, then of course you are open to much more innovations in general, right? So you can keep the tokenomics a bit light. And for the engaged users, you can always reward them along the user journey. So yeah, in terms of like hyper gaming, so the arcade games fall under this category. So to play games kind of, there is a heavy bit of engineering required in terms of game development, right? And we have the different kind of categories from single player, mass shooters, and battle royals. The potential for this is always going to be a little, because game development is going to it's always in terms of years. Like even popular games like GTA, they take years of development. So the best way for Web3 games to kind of tackle that market is still maybe they can they can focus on browser-based gaming and turn-based gaming, and how much can you in terms of reducing the number of attack vectors. There's a reason why I'm mentioning these factors, because there's a lot of something most gamers kind of lose focus on when it comes to Web3 gaming. Mainly because why I mentioned turn-based gaming, I think it's also an industry insight here, because when you're having free-to-play kind of mechanics and then it's an open market, then it's not a turn-based game, then you're going to have an opportunity for a lot of hackers to come in and take the entire rewards. That's always the downside that the gaming studios have to be aware of. They're going to make a Web3 play. So I think we have to also ensure that there's a less number of attack vectors for particular gaming in general. Otherwise, there's no real reason for any Web2 game to migrate to the Web3 infrastructure. So that is one high-level insight that I could probably offer. And yeah, I think the general, whether you're mobile or like kind of AAA games, the possible obstacles is when people concentrate too much on tokenomics, right? And there is always, whenever the market is better, you're going to have maximum attention, and when market retracts, and then people are just going to focus on rewards and nothing else. So the core IP of the gaming is always going to be less hinged on the tokenomics, even though it kind of makes things easier, right, to attract users. But you should always make sure that your game mechanics is less hinged on tokenomics and keeping it a bit more fun. So yeah, I think in terms of general direction, I believe this is also going to be a huge change, right? So tokenized play, this is the top percentage is the framework that most games are kind of adopted, even from Action Infinity, right? There is a huge focus on the token on the market. The fun element kind of dwindles out, because if you're not, that is not the core IP of the game, you will lose out. I think going forward, the huge change is going to be about how much fun can you make it, and what is the social graph that you're extracting out of it. Fun element is fine if you have tokenized play, market orientation, that's also essential. But if you're able to have that social graph for a gamer, I think because if you want to focus on competitive gamers, the social graph is very important. How can you make it easier for them to connect with their own creators or the users or people who are into streaming? So I think social graph is something very important. So if you're working on a concept, I think social graph, thinking around it, it's very important. Like how can you link it towards Web3-based social media as well? A bit of tech snippets I would probably try to mention here. So in terms of gaming architecture, blockchain gaming architecture, there are main fundamental differences. So in the traditional EVM-based smart contracts, right, there are always two main set of examples where the assets are always within the same account, and you always have, if you want to transfer a singular sub asset from one account to the other, you should always call the smart contract. So this is how kind of works in the EVM-based blockchain. So there is a bit of disadvantage in like the earlier blockchain. This I'm also referring to. So basically, the first and second blockchains have this kind of approach. Anything EVM-based, if you want, let's say, transfer one asset to the other, like in a gaming example, let's say you're transferring, let's say something like an NFT-based wearable. So if you're going to transfer from one player to another, you're going to have the smart contract again. So this leads to a kind of a disturbance in the user experience. So this is how it has been in the EVM-based approach. When it comes to the so this I have so this snippet is kind of borrowed from one of the L1 presentations. This could be one of the tasks for you guys to explore and kind of discuss a bit more. I'll be sharing the presentation link to the organizers as well. So this I want you guys to find out which kind of L1s kind of are adopting this particular one. So in the upcoming L1s that are going to be like the most like third or fourth gen L1s, you can call it, what you're going to see is each asset is going to be tokenized or tokenized in terms of ID, blockchain based IDs, right? So you're going to have every object as an NFT, whether it's like whatever NFT that a singular asset is holding. So it'll be much easier for user A to transfer asset to user B, mainly because to make it easier for you so that you don't have to call the contract at each point of time. So I think that's going to be the fundamental difference if you want to kind of deep dive into architecture as well, because at the end of the day, smart contracts are the same across all blockchains. But if you want to have a bit of customization in blockchain-based development, I think these L1 innovations are going to make a huge difference. So you're going to ask, so you're thinking, what difference does it make in terms of architecture? Like what is the real differences? You can see in this particular example. So in the recent L1s, I think when you're looking at two different accounts, you don't have to, so one particular, so if Alice is holding a specific asset, let's say an NFT-based collectible that they can boast in a metaverse game. If they want to transfer the asset to another player, so player B, they don't need to call a smart contract. So you can directly transfer and makes for an easier transfer call function rather than calling the parent smart contract and making it for a different expensive transaction as well. So this I'm going to leave this task open to the audience in terms of which blockchain is kind of adopting this model. And I think eventually you're going to have a lot of smart contract standards that are going to follow this particular play. And this is going to be huge in terms of blockchain-based gaming. So this I would probably implore all of you guys to kind of explore in terms of how you can turn blockchain gaming progressively. So yeah, I think I've provided a lot of information. Of course, if you have any specific Q&A from the organizers panel or the concern, you can also probably bring it up now. If not, of course, I can always pass my words on my socials and email as well to the organizers, so you can reach out to me as well on any specific questions. Yeah. Any specific questions from the audience? I can probably address also, maybe even run back slides to explain a bit more.
Yeah, guys.
So if we don't have any questions.
Yes, sir. So, guys, this is the best time to, get in the groove of gaming in DeFi after such a in-depth conversation on the same. Anybody wants to ask any question? Yeah. I really appreciate the fact that you take the initiative. I wish all of you do the same, because when you don't ask questions, you won't get clarity.
Sir, can you please explain the architectural difference again? I didn't get the main topic.
Okay, sure. Is this a slide you wanted to have the understanding?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, sure. So this is when I say EVM, it's the Ethereum virtual machine, right? Or Ethereum vending machine, how you like to call it. So in smart contract standards, in Ethereum, you have like fungible tokens, you have a different kind of standards, and ERC-71 is the NFT-based standards. So when you're trying to add a lot of assets to one particular account, you're gonna have to follow a very like kind of older kind of concept where if you want to transfer one NFT to the other, everything follows one particular standard called based on ERC-71. So if you look at the smart contract standards, there's going to be a very less amount of flexibility. So when there is less flexibility in terms of the assets, for every transfer function has to rely on a transaction. So it's going to get very expensive, right? So you're going to transfer from one asset A to account A to account B. I think this you will understand if you actually go and make a transaction, whether it does not a debit, you kind of understand. You kind of understand how much expensive the transaction is. So that is going to disturb regular user experience. As a developer, it's fine. I think we'll eventually understand that it's a very complex function of transferring one asset to the other. But at a very higher level in EVM architecture, this is how it happens. So you have in terms of all expensive NFTs, right? Each transfer is going to incur you a transaction cost. Some amount of ether is always used as a gas fee. But in terms of recent blockchains, like maybe I could also bring Solana as an example. So Solana as an example, if you maybe perhaps look into it, the fungible and non-fungible don't have a really different kind of much of a difference. Everything follows a single standard called as SPL, Solana programming language. So the only difference between fungible and non-fungible tokens in Solana programming language is that the supply is reduced to 1. So that makes it easier for asset transfer. That's kind of how it works for Solana. So coming back to EVM, how it functions is it's not going to be that every asset you can design it as an NFT and assign it to a particular account. It's always going to be a single NFT, parent NFT function, so that you're always going to incur a higher transaction cost. That's the progressive reasoning I kind of wanted to mention here. Whereas if you kind of look into, what are the actual advantage? So this is some of the high-level architectural difference in the modern blockchains. Some of the upcoming ones are even the current ones. So when you assign every object as an NFT, then there is a little bit of flexibility that you're giving to the user or a developer, right? So you're able to. So if you're not calling a smart contract for a particular transaction, then you have a reduced fee advantage and a faster user experience. So in this case, in a modern blockchain architecture, it's going to make it easier because you just have to transfer sign-in function to transfer one asset to the other. So I think this concept you have to definitely try it like your own individual team workshop kind of thing, how it actually works. So if you want to transfer a function in any kind of EVM architecture, you're going to incur a transaction cost when it comes to EVM-based transactions. But at least in Solana, I can pick out an example. The transaction cost is really negligible coming out. If you already created an account transfer should cost you anything. Even the mainnet, it's going to cost you anywhere less than $1 at max. Whereas in the upcoming blockchain, you don't even have to incur a transaction because every sub-asset under an account is going to be regarded as an object ID. So that you just need a sign-in function to transfer one to the other. I hope that makes sense. Do you have any follow-up questions to that?
Yes, sir. We have a follow-up question.
Sure.
So, sir, in modern blockchain architecture, it is low cost and it will transfer to person, and in EVM it will require a smart contract.
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right.
So I want you guys to find out where this architecture comes from. So that will be your task. So of course, everything is open. So this is from one of the popular talks that recent L1 founder gave. So I think that could be a task where this particular graphic came from. So yeah, this is just an example in terms of how the progressive blockchains are going to be. Because taking a step back, you're always going to have different concepts and different L1s. So it's always good to see what are the recent innovations that are coming, so that you know what's the best way to design apps. So initially we had Bitcoin where they had no amount of flexibility in terms of, so that's why you had Ethereum in terms of bunch of smart contract functionalities. So that's withstood the test of time because they gave the users a very new users and developers a new paradigm in terms of how you can have NFT functions and everything. So you're always going to have progressive blockchain. It's about how you're figuring out what are the use case it's going to be. So you always need every blockchain to kind of succeed in Web3. So you should always try to keep your ears closer to the ground, find out how every blockchain functions, whether it's Polkadot or Aptos, upcoming blockchains like Aptos or Solana. So always figure out what is kind of happening in the new markets. So that will also kind of give you a very kind of good amount of flexibility in terms of making your own hacking, in terms of smart contract designs. Yeah.
All right. Any other questions? Yeah. So we have another.
Can,
Yes.
can NFTs be converted into cash or physical assets?
Yes, of course. I think that's why you have NFT marketplace, right? So it's always optional. In terms of context, always matters. You can always so let's say I get an NFT for like half a mil. Yeah, I can always transfer it to another person for free. But it'll always remain an illiquid asset. When I say illiquid asset, there has to be a demand in the market for you to sell it. Unlike fungible tokens, there's always an open market. So you can always convert any NFT to cash. Like for example, let's say you mint an NFT in IBC media. If it's really valuable, then you can always sell it to someone. So it always depends on open market. So anything is possible. But that's why you have like kind of secondary marketplace concept like Magic, right? So a lot of NFTs are going to be worthless, but at the same time, there's always a curiosity that this NFT speculation that this NFT might be worth X amount in a number of years. So that's why you have the marketplace that's happening. So NFT is always going to have some kind of, at least monetary utility is always going to be there. That's always on the table. But I think the most popular concept is always going to be around non-monetary, because an NFT can use the proof that you own an asset. I think the non-monetary reward is always going to be the focus for NFT to have be progressive in that sense.
Yeah. Can we take another question?
Sure.
Great.
Good morning, sir. Like, I actually have a doubt regarding the assets like just we were talking about. So is there like any possible way that we can actually buy an asset in one game and sell it, or like getting into another game which is totally completely different?
That's actually a very good question. I think I actually wanted to explain the concept. So the whole concept of so how can Web3 games succeed, right? So if you're designing a closed loop system, is by fundamentally it's going to remain a Web2 game, right? So if I'm player using my asset in Axie Infinity, I can only use it within Axie Infinity. Then it's still a Web2 game in my opinion. So I think you're definitely going to have that option. It's just that people are not doing it yet. So for a lot of business reasons, people are not making it in trouble. But in theory, you can always transfer any asset from one metaverse game to another metaverse game, or any hyper-casual game to another. That's always on the table. It's just that I think there's always a bit of because they are built on blockchains that give them less amount of flexibility and higher amount of cost and lack of business reasons to make it right. But I think your question is very important, because Web3 gaming, you have to be interoperable. You have to give the freedom of choice for a player to remain within a system. So when you're giving that freedom of choice between to exit or enter, you will definitely have a much more interoperable element. So within your blockchains, they're going to make it definitely easier to answer the question. I think that is very important. I think for games to be progressive, you need to have asset interoperability. Imagine if I'm playing Fortnite and the Fortnite skin can be only used in one particular gaming, right? Then that doesn't make sense to me. So you're just going to play the Fortnite, whereas it's an asset and an NFT. But if you're able to use only within one particular game, and I think it's going to remain a Web2 game in my opinion. So I think the future of Web3 gaming is how much can you let the user transfer their assets out of the particular game. I think that's going to decide the future. I think the current architecture still makes it possible. Some of the modern ones are going to make it much easier, because when you're reducing the amount of transaction cost, you're going to give a lot of freedom for the users. So yeah, I think that's definitely possible, even the current solutioning. So it's up to the game makers to make sure that you have a lot of ecosystem players and make it interoperable. To take one asset to the other, so that you can have that social layer, right? Imagine if you're playing a game and you see an attractive asset and you want to have that, then they'll make sure that they go to that particular game, procure that asset and come back, or maybe stay in the other game as well. So yeah, higher level answer is yes, and you'll definitely see a lot more play happening in that particular area.
So there is a possibility of this, right? Like
definitely 100%.
So like, is there like already a working space for this, or like this is just in a theoretical way, or we are supposed to make it into practical?
There is already the solutioning is already there, but yeah, this answer also lies in the task that I've given you guys. So in terms of guessing what particular L1 kind of has this particular concept, which makes it easier to transfer one object to the other. So that mainnet hasn't even launched yet, but I think from my understanding, when I was discussing with the founders, they are going to take a big bet on that particular use case where you're able to transfer one asset to the other without having to call a smart contract. So it's going to be made much easier. Even in the current solution, it's possible. It's just that I think the transaction and business reason makes it unviable for game developers to do it. But theoretically, it's always a possibility. Yeah, it's possible.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Guys, do we have more questions? Yeah, no? Yeah, and I'll just take a second for those students who think it's quite cool, just to stretch their hands out when I'm asking questions. It's not. I'll make sure that you ask a question in that case. Yeah, so let's give it up for Mr. Prakash for such an amazing session. I am sure there are a lot of you are going to look into gaming in DeFi right after this. Prakash sir, thank you so much for joining us. It was really good to have you with us, explain students the depth of gaming in blockchain. Thank you, sir.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, do we have Avinash sir here? Requesting the IBC team to please see if Avinash sir is available. It was a good session, no? Yeah, Avi sir, can you please take a few minutes and address the students? please raise your hand if you know anything about blockchain by now. If you know anything about blockchain right now. Yeah, all of us. Raise your hand if you know how to use blockchain. Not coding, but how to use blockchain. Okay, yeah, most of us. Right, so that's what we are going to cover now to give you more clarity. So the next session is about other functional use cases in blockchain, because you need to know how to implement that idea, how to execute that idea, and where, right? So to speak more on that, we have Mr. Lee, Mr. Michael Lee, who goes by Mike. So when you are asking questions, you can address him as Mike. Mr. Michael Lee, who is basically the lead full stack blockchain dev at BitCountry. Guys, he has been very patient, and he's here to share with you his expertise. So let's listen to him carefully and ask as many questions as possible to increase our own depth. Let's give him a huge round of applause. Mr. Michael, over to you.
Thanks so much, IBC. Hey everyone, at the IBC Media Hackfest. I hope you can hear me, and I hope you're having a great day so far. Thank you for having me here to speak here today. So I'm Mike, I'm the lead blockchain developer from BitCountry, and I'll be giving you a presentation today. So I'm gonna start sharing my screen, and let me know if everything's okay, all good. And yeah, I'll crack on. So today will be all about blockchain, Polkadot, NFTs, metaverse, and just like the subject, right? Coming up with ideas and learning how to actually execute one. So we, BitCountry, we start off with nothing. We came up with an idea, the co-founders, and now we've actually launched our product in the past few months. It's been a long journey, so I'm hoping to share all the valuable things I've learned and all the ideas that could help you start up your own business next. So here's the agenda. So the first thing we're going to cover is the applications of blockchain. So what we believe that the mainstream adoption will be for crypto and decentralization. And this will be from our own research, from being in the crypto industry during the bull and the bear market. Part two will be a brief overview why we think Polkadot is the best fit for building your own blockchain and how you can get started quickly using our tips. Part three is a big one. Is basically I'll be sharing exactly how we've structured our Web3 tech stack, and so you can get some ideas on what it takes to run a production level tech architecture with blockchain as a backend, and some final remarks and some time for Q&A. So let's get started. So first, I wanted to mention this. So this is to me what blockchain ultimately gives us in a nutshell. So blockchain provides a record of storage and transaction history, which gives us transparency, truth, and therefore trust in the data. So what does this all mean? It all sounds like jargon, right? So this is what we believe an application of blockchain is outside of DeFi and games. This is a digital ownership with NFTs. So you might have heard of NFTs before, non-fungible tokens. But we can use NFTs to represent digital ownership of media. So we're talking about videos, pictures, music, so like photos, and they can also represent other things such as like club membership, certificates, could even be legal documents. So essentially, they basically are a digital representation of what we have in the real world. But the problem is that we don't have any way to say that, oh, this video file, this MP3 file is the genuine one. Anyone can just copy and paste it and send it to people. But NFTs is changing all of that. That someone can actually create NFT and they know that that is the only copy out there. That is actually the one created by the original author or the owner. So this is an amazing technology which we're hoping to see a lot of businesses come out from this. So a lot of the NFTs you might see, if you're familiar with it, is a lot of profile picture NFTs. And to me, they seem like they're a symbol of being part of a club or being part of a vision or a belief. And they can actually represent you as a person. So overall, the NFTs, the benefit of NFTs is that they can create new business opportunities. And the key thing is that they can actually be verified by the blockchain. They can be transferred and they can be trustlessly executed as well through different dApp applications. So this is where you guys come in. We can create new economic models by making digital ownership a mainstream, a normal thing. And I will show you how we are using this technology and how you can implement NFTs yourself on the Polkadot ecosystem. So before I go into the technical stuff, I'll just go into more details about NFTs in general from industry standpoint. So I've narrowed it down to 3 main industries from our own research, from talking to clients, and there's very big interest for NFTs with this blockchain technology. So first off, we have the entertainment industry. So this includes games, music, art, and actually anyone who owns some intellectual property. And what that is basically anything that someone has created themselves. So it could just be a drawing themselves. It could be music they've recorded that is their own property, intellectual property, and they can convert that into an NFT and then sell that or transfer that, make that the only copy of that one, so it cannot be replicated or forged. So, as I mentioned before, NFTs is like owning part of the brand or the company or the beliefs. So what this does actually brings people together, or anyone in the world, closer to that brand or business by giving them real digital ownership through the power of blockchain, crypto, and having your own digital wallet. So a common business model for creators of NFTs is to provide benefits. So you purchase an NFT, it could be like an access pass to something, and what you can do then is you can give them airdrops or rewards for owning the NFT, and you can also use NFTs as a way to provide real-world benefits. So say if you're a holder of this fan club NFT, then in real life, a company could verify that you are an owner of that, and they can give you some discount on some products or access to an exclusive event. So there's a lot of definitely good use cases that don't exist yet, which can be provided through the power of NFTs. So in order for that to happen, Web3 startups created by myself and you in the future, we need to make it very seamless for these creators who know not much about technology and focus more on creating the content. We need to basically bridge the gap between the technology and the creators. This is making a seamless experience so that the general user can get some real-life benefit of, say, buying a music NFT, image NFT, that sort of thing. So when it comes to the retail industry, today you can see that a lot of retailers, so supermarkets or shops, they reward their buyers with their loyalty points, which is what I call just shop-to-earn model. So you can buy stuff and they give you points in return, which then you can redeem later on. So this sort of thing can be an NFT. So the loyalty pass could be something which you purchase, but in return you'll get some benefit from holding the NFT, and it cannot be So having this NFT. You can prove basically you're the owner of the NFT, and no one else can say that, oh no, I own that NFT, not they do. So that's the power of having blockchain to make sure that there's one source of truth. So what can be done next is with the education industry is people can receive digital certificates for learning. So say if you do an online course or you attend this event, IBC media event, you can be given an NFT as a certification of your attendance or that you've learned some knowledge. And then companies in the future can say that, oh, you hold the IBC hack NFT, means that, oh, you're very keen in this industry, and I can see that you are very passionate about startups and crypto blockchain, so I will give you some discount to some future event or give you some tokens as a reward. All of this is kind of potential future for blockchain and education industry. So this is some examples of what NFTs can do. I know it's very hard to visualize because I'm just talking, but I will be sharing with you more visual stuff later on, how that can actually work. So I believe this event is sponsored by Polkadot, so I wanted to give an introduction on Polkadot and how we feel it's a very good solution for your business problem. So a brief overview of Polkadot is, it just basically allows you to build your own blockchain using their own language called Substrate, which is pretty much a programming language, mainly in Rust. Have you heard of that? The way that works is that you can build your own blockchain, and then you want to host your blockchain, you get Polkadot or Kusama to host the blockchain for you, and you have to basically go through the whole process by giving them DOT tokens or Kusama tokens if you're in Kusama system. So we've been through that whole process of crowdfunding and getting all the tokens and pushing our blockchain live. In terms of what's the point of Polkadot, what do they provide, is that they give you a template for you to build your blockchain, which is pretty much already ready to launch. You just need to add in your own business logic in order to make that happen. Because building your own blockchain, as you can imagine, can be very time consuming, it can be very complex. So they basically save you a lot of work from our own experience to do that. So it's definitely something we heavily advocate. They also provide other unique features that other blockchains don't. So in Polkadot's ecosystem, each blockchain, or they call parachain, it specializes in one subject area. So it could be a DeFi blockchain, could be a metaverse blockchain, could be NFT blockchain, but they have a protocol which allows them to communicate with each other. So they can help each other through like digital identity, DeFi, like I said. So it's a very powerful infrastructure we get by being on Polkadot. They also have built-in governance, which means that people can vote the decisions on your blockchain. So it makes it more decentralized, which is the whole point about crypto and blockchain. So it's amazing that they already have all of that set up for you. And one of the most important things is you can customize your blockchain to everything, like gas fees, permissions to specific parts of your blockchain. And this is something which we've heavily utilized on one of these benefits. So I just wanted to briefly go over the thought process, I guess, of how do you come up with an idea and turn it into a blockchain a solution. So the first thing I would say is you need to have a problem, right? You need to have a problem to solve. For us, it was about how we can get communities and brands reach a new generation of users using the metaverse, which we call as the next generation of the internet. So we're trying to solve that problem. And the next thing you have to think of once you have an idea of what you want to solve is, why do you need blockchain? That's the key part of figuring out how you're going to implement something, is why do you need to use this technology versus another technology? And this is where you need to understand, right? You need to understand what is blockchain, first of all, understand how does the technical point of view work with blockchain. So for us, we needed to be able to transfer value using cryptocurrency, like tokens. So if you are buying NFT, then we need to have a token where you can transfer that to someone else in order for you to receive NFT. We also need a blockchain to mint NFTs. So that means being able to store the NFT on-chain and have anyone be able to create a blockchain so they can verify that you own the NFT. And we need decentralization, and that is through the power of blockchain and cryptocurrency. Is we need to have decentralization, or else we're just no different from the other big monopolies that exist today. And once you are certain that you need blockchain, you can then need to think of how will the business logic work. So in terms of how do you basically translate the real world into code? So when I say that, I mean that if a user transfers an NFT from one wallet to the next, you need to write some code which says, okay, this wallet owns this NFT. I need to update the address of the ownership of this NFT to this new destination wallet address. And all this code needs to be error-proof, hack-proof, so that when the code is executed, you know it's the law. So nothing can change what happens here, and everyone knows how the code works, so there's no disputes on whether it's doing the right thing or not. So that's a very key aspect about blockchain. So after that, you just have to build, test, and honestly, it's a journey. No one knows what blockchain is from day one. Everyone will have to start off from zero, learn how technology works, start building, learn from your mistakes from building. It's quite a journey in terms of learning, so it's definitely exciting, and I heavily advise you to get started on this straight away. So here's some useful links that I can share, which is what we use for getting started and getting support from the Polkadot ecosystem. I think I'll share this presentation afterwards, so you can have a look at these links later on. So I'll move on to the big part. So take a deep breath. This is going to be quite an epic journey, because now I'm going to show you how you come from idea, like the presenter said before, into actually a working product, which took us around probably around 18 months to get to this stage. So I'll kind of condense everything as much as I can and just give you the highlights and everything you need to know to get from your idea into actual blockchain running on Polkadot. So I call this the what, the why, and the how. It's very important to always think about these three things with any idea that you have. So first of all, what is BitCountry? Well, BitCountry is essentially providing metaverse. Well, what is the metaverse? Put simply, we believe the metaverse will be the next generation of the internet. We're aiming to replace 2D websites with immersive 3D worlds that can be used to browse content such as news, entertainment, be a place to socialize and interact using your avatar, as you see in the screenshot. So it will also be a place to conduct business where you can buy NFTs using crypto, and all of this will basically translate into some real life value you can take offline into the real world. So we're not expecting people to live in a digital world where it could be possible, but hopefully gain something from the digital world which they cannot get in the physical world, and they can bring that value back home with them. So what is BitCountry Metaverse Network? We allow anyone to build their own metaverse using our web platform. So they can design 3D world using like these blocks, or they can use 3D models to create a more realistic version. But basically, we also have ways that people can mint their NFTs. They can sell them on our marketplace. Essentially, we're providing metaverse as a platform where anyone can just create their own world without any technical knowledge. So that's our goal. And this is a demo of one of our events we have at the moment. So BitCountry is trying to demonstrate that not everything needs to be physical or have the expense of real life, real world like scale. So what I mean is we can demonstrate how sports can be made into virtual events in the future. So this gives everyone around the world the experience digitally instead of the very expensive and physical demands it takes to run a very large sports event. So this is what the message we're trying to show. So as you can see here, this is what it would look like at early stages. So here's a demo we can see where we've got an avatar running around a stadium. Eventually, maybe in the future, they'll be able to actually interact and play games. We already have multiplayer and online chat and emotes and stuff. So this is very early stages of the metaverse, but just shows the potential that we can make the virtual world very immersive and something that the physical world cannot reproduce without investing a lot of money in. So as you can see here, we have the India clip as well, because we believe that everyone should be included in all sports events. So BitCountry, as I said before, is a metaverse as a service platform. We've been around for over almost 2 years now, and this is pretty much what we're trying to produce. So a new brand identity and community hub. So we allow anyone to create their own metaverse where they get a 3D world, as you've seen before, NFT marketplace, and a lot of other features to customize how they want their metaverse to look like. So this is what our dApp actually looks like. So we have built this using JavaScript and a full tech stack, which I'll show you in a bit. But this is live, and you're able to do stuff like staking, create NFTs, mint NFTs, and customize your avatar and perform online governance. So all of this stuff obviously we didn't have before. We kind of built it from scratch. But as the presenter said at the beginning, once you have your vision, your idea, you're able to execute and you're able to learn from your mistakes. And literally, we have been changing our model, our ideas constantly. This is exactly how it works. Execution is 99% of it, because the idea is one thing, but you need a team, you need yourself to motivate and say that this is actually possible. We're able to do this using technology. So then you have a lot of dedicated work from a whole team of developers, testers to create something out of nothing. And that's the beauty of what you guys will be able to achieve if you just stick to it, believe in yourself, and have an idea which you can push through. And this is another showcase of our marketplace that we built ourselves, and you can see here an NFT called Chaos Sun Hoodie, and this is actually an avatar wearable that you can actually equip in the 3D world. So we have all the infrastructure available, and they are using our token called NEAR to buy and sell these, which is our native token which we've launched. And this is a screenshot of our blockchain explorer. So this is provided by Polkadot, and what you can do with this is you can see all of the blocks that are being produced on our network. So as you can see, we're probably almost reaching 2 million blocks. If you look at the events also, you can see like there's some balance transfers happening. So everything in the blockchain is logged and obviously transparent. So if someone's transferring one token from one wallet to someone else, then you can see that publicly on the blockchain. And that's something which you don't see with the obviously financial systems today for security reasons. But with crypto, everything's open, everything's decentralized. That's the idea that we have. So yeah, this is the blockchain side of our front end. So what you saw just there was the user interface. This is now the back end. The blockchain is powering the metaverse by keeping track of who owns what NFTs, where the tokens are being held, who owns the tokens, and a lot of other things as well, which I'll get into more detail. This is a very important diagram because it shows you the how. So how do you build something, a product, right? You need to have technical architecture, someone who comes up with how the whole kind of the technical stack is thought out. So similarly to Web 2 applications, we have a front end, we have a back end. The difference is the blockchain part. So how do you interact with the blockchain? That's something new that everyone will have to learn. But I can tell you now it's not too difficult if you're familiar with other programming languages. So the idea is that the front end will then communicate with the blockchain by sending transactions, and the back end services will then be able to manage the data that's been output from the blockchain. So storing that data in a database that can be used by the front end to load the data up again. So this allows more scalability, because what you'll learn from today's presentation is that blockchain is not just another database, it's a different type of infrastructure you need to know how to use and manage. And in this scenario, that blockchain is not very friendly to scalability. So that's something you need to consider. That's why we have to have the other backend processes to support it. Another important thing is what we call the Polkadot.js library, which is something I suggest you look into if you're interested in Polkadot, because it basically provides you everything you need from a technical point of view, from the front end to the back end, to integrate your Web 2 technology stack into Web 3 one. So this is the key JavaScript library which you can use to basically communicate with the blockchain. And it's very user-friendly and it's actually very simple to use. One more thing I'd like to mention is the indexer process, which is something different in the Web3 space. So once a blockchain is producing these events, like someone's transferred tokens, then you need to be able to save that in a database somewhere so that the users can see the information in the front end. So yeah, that's what I wanted to mention. So here's a real life scenario that blockchains can provide. So I'll take an example where a brand or a company mints, say, 1,000 NFTs, and they are designed for a super fan. So someone's a fan of this music or this art can basically purchase this NFT. So that will happen through the whole blockchain process using the UI I showed you before. Next, they want to sell those NFTs to their fans, so they have to put it on a marketplace, and the fans will purchase that NFT using crypto. And then after they have the NFT, the brand or the NFT owner can then reward all of the users with NFT or crypto using the power of blockchain and being able to detect who are the owners of the NFT. If once we have the data, we can actually send them, transfer them tokens, transfer them more NFTs for being loyal supporters of this. So this is one example of a business model use case for NFTs by a brand or a big company. And then furthermore, that's not the only thing they can do, is once the NFT is publicly available and everyone recognizes this NFT is the original one, then other apps and blockchains can then communicate with this NFT to provide more functionality and benefits, such as you can stake this NFT to receive some some crypto earning rewards through DeFi. You can use this NFT to give you some discounts from an online shopping website that you know of, or it can be used as a voting power. So if you own this NFT, it gives you the right to vote for this referendum or proposal. And with all of this, right, how does it actually translate to an actual technical solution? So I've broken it down into 3 different areas. So bear with me, I'm trying to explain this, but first you have is the blockchain storage. So if you're familiar with databases, you'd be very familiar that a lot of data, right, needs to be stored somewhere. And the way that you store it in blockchain is that you only store the crucial information about the item. So for example, say if you have an image of an image NFT of something, you don't store the actual image data, the JPEG or something, on the blockchain. It's not like a cloud storage solution. What you would do is you basically save this to some decentralized file storage system called IPFS, which you can think of as just the cloud, and then that will give you back an ID for that image, and then you store the ID, which is just literally probably like a 16-character word. You store that on the blockchain, and so then you can actually reference that ID with some other data source. So it could be like the media, the image that I mentioned. So what you're just storing on the blockchain is essential information. It's the ID of the NFT, who owns the NFT, and that's it. You're not storing anything else. Everything else can be referenced to from another database somewhere else. So I just wanted to mention that. Similar with auctions, like we just need to know which NFT it is, the price and the end time. It's crucial information. And for the balances, we need to know what each crypto wallet has. So how much tokens does everyone have in the whole ecosystem? That's something that needs to be stored on the blockchain and needs to be publicly visible. And the second part of this is the API. So what this means is like the interface to the blockchain. So it means that the business logic that was mentioned before, the business logic, you write it all inside this area of the code. So you need to basically write down the rules, right? The rules, the laws of what happens when someone mints NFT, what happens when someone transfers NFT, when they buy and sell. All the business logic will be contained what we call the substrate palette, which you'll be familiar with once you get started with Polkadot. It's just literally a file where we have all the code in there. Third, you have the off-chain storage, what I mentioned before. The image file will be stored in this part of the architecture and not on the blockchain. So, and also stuff like the name of the NFT, the description, any other details you want to store can also be stored in this part rather than on the blockchain. So you can think of the blockchain kind of like a database, but only stores the critical data that is needed to complete transactions. The rest is stored in SQL, NoSQL database and on IPFS. One thing to mention is that you cannot query the database, the blockchain like a database. So you can't just like, oh, I want to retrieve everything right now from the blockchain. It's much more slower to do that sort of operation. So you just need to just kind of change architecture, which if you look back at this in the future, when you come up with your idea and you want to build something, you can reference this presentation, look at, oh yeah, this is how we need to structure our data, which is very important. It's kind of the most essential, most important detail of blockchain is how to use it to the best of its abilities. So what do we use to do our NFTs implementation? I've shared with you a link which links to GitHub, which has the source code for an open standard of NFT on the Polkadot ecosystem that is used by many Polkadot parachains. It's called ORML, so Open Runtime Module Library, and this code actually gives you the starter of how to mint NFTs, how to store NFTs, so you don't even need to think about actually doing that yourself. You can just literally import that into your project and you will have pretty much the power of NFTs, minting and burning and transferring and looking them up pretty much straight away. So that saves you so much time, and this is something that we're using, that other parachains are using. So it's more of a reference for when you're ready to start implementing NFTs on your own blockchain solution. And over to you. So this is some closing thoughts that I have that will be useful to anyone who's just starting out. So I guess the mission that the country has and a lot of entrepreneurs have now is obviously crypto is still early stage, but we do believe that at some point in the future it's going to become mainstream. So what we're trying to do here is we're trying to cryptofy Web 2, 2.0 into Web 3. So we're trying to take all of the business models and create new business models in retail, music, sports to give people the power of digital ownership to the end user. And this will create so many new business models, which if you follow BitCountry, I'm sure you'll see some news and updates on how we're doing this. So yeah, I would say just think about how NFTs can bring value to your community, your target audience, your subject area, which you're an expert in. Try and see how NFTs can bring some benefit to you, and then it'll give you a better idea of whether you need to use your own blockchain or use someone else, or you can just use a smart contract or stuff like that. Second, some advice, I guess, of when you decide you need a token. Tokens are not just exchange for real currency. They are kind of, in our opinion, they're more used for like utility. So one token could have many use cases. So it can be used to pay stuff, but it also can be used to vote in some decentralized governance. And it could be also used to pay for like transaction fees and that sort of thing as well. So how you structure your tokenomics, as we call it, is something that's very key to successful blockchain project. You don't want to make it so that you're giving away tokens like for free and then people realize that it's worth nothing, so they dump it, and then your project ends up as zero value. It's something, just something you need to consider before you kind of launch a product. And finally, I guess the benefit of Polkadot, which I mentioned before, is the interconnection with parachains. So like a BitCountry, we specialize in metaverses and creating your own 3D worlds and stuff. So if you come up with an idea of retail blockchain or sports blockchain, with the power of Polkadot, we could even collaborate with you to generate like a 3D version of your NFTs that you're producing, and we can get some benefits from you as well. So that's the whole point about this ecosystem in general. Some thoughts that I've learned from the whole journey is it's a very collaborative environment. You'll see a lot of people, a lot of companies partnering with others, because it's such an undiscovered terrain. No one's really done this sort of stuff before, so no one can say this is the right or wrong way of doing things. But just being in the industry, just wanting to make a difference or a change in the world to make things better for other people, that's the real goal, right? The real goal of Web3 decentralization is taking the power away from these centralized organizations and giving the power back to the people, whether it be digital ownership, whether it being new ways to earn money through DeFi, whether it being storing your data in a decentralized way rather than on these popular platforms, or even social media, for example, is completely changing, as you're seeing in the near future, I imagine. So from my experience, being in this industry has been one of the most exciting things that's happened to me, and it's been over a year and a half now. I've been working with BitCountry, and I can say it definitely is a journey where it's intimidating that you may not feel like you know that much, but every day, as long as you have the passion, the drive, anything is possible. Like the presenter was saying, like $1 billion are at stake with a lot of crypto projects, especially in the bull run, right? But it's not just about the money, it's more about the idea of how can you bring value to someone which has never been done before. If you're thinking today that you want to build a website or a web app for selling stuff online, it's already all been done for. Like the presenter said, 99%, all the ideas are being thought by someone else. So why not just try and flip that ratio or flip that percentage backwards and say, okay, I'm going to create something brand new. It may not be exactly what it was originally you thought of, but the journey will give you new ideas, will be able to give you market feedback, market validation, whether the product is good or not. But I feel like with crypto, there's so many new opportunities, so many new technology things to learn. And with learning new things comes new opportunities to generate a lot of revenue for your business that's existing, or create a whole new brand new business model. So yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to say today. So thank you for listening. I wish you luck on your journey. Keep thinking about new ideas, and that's how we're doing every day. Is the ideas generation never stops. Even today, we're thinking of new ideas all the time. So be that idea person, and yeah, get started. So follow me on Twitter if you want. You can DM me with any questions you have in this presentation. Anything you have related to blockchain or anything at all, you can just message me. You can also check out BitCountry at bit.country, and you can see our live product. If you want to see like how actually a Web3 product works, you can check out mainnet, which is pioneer.bitcountry.com. So I guess I can open up to questions.
Guys, first of all, give a huge round of applause to Mike. I mean, how many of you wanted to be part of that metaverse that he was showing? Yeah? Am I seeing all the hands? Fantastic. How many of you want to create something like that? Exactly. How many of you want to know how to create that? Perfect. So I am guessing there would be a lot of questions for Mike. Do we? Perfect. Who else? I would take an overview now. Okay, two. Okay, right. So Mike, if you don't mind, we have a few questions. Let's take it up. Mike, am I audible?
Yep. Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah,
You've
let's
got
take a few
some
questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit. Keep up.
Let's just say I've minted an NFT and I sold it. Can I mint the same NFT again and sell it?
Yes, yes, you totally can. You can definitely do that. However, I guess the way to think about NFTs is that NFT represents you, the creator, right? So if you mint one of a picture that you've created, and then later on you tell people that I've minted another one, then the other original owner might feel a bit upset that you've created another one when you said it was a one of one. But if you just say, oh, I've minted this one, and there may be more in the future, then I don't see any issue with that. Like NFTs is not all about there only can be one of this. I would say that actually NFTs should be more open so that multiple people can own that idea, so that image. So, in terms of scarcity is one thing that creates value, but I think what also creates value is demand. So if you give 100,000, if there's 5 million people who want your NFT and you create 100,000, then you got 100,000 new people interested in your community. Versus if you create just one NFT, then you only got one kind of person who's interested, because all the rest of them will feel kind of a bit like, oh, I wish I was part of that journey or that brand or that idea, but I can't because you only minted one of them. So that's something, yeah, I'll mention about that.
So
Thanks.
a single NFT cannot be owned by multiple people, right? As the same
Yes, that's true. There's such a concept called fractionalized NFTs, which breaks down one NFT into smaller NFTs, which is possible. So yeah, that's also available as possible as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, we had another question, right? Anyone over here wants to take it up? Okay, fine. Let me come there.
Actually, sir, I have 2-3 questions.
Sure.
Can we create NFT of our idea, project idea, or am I audible, sir?
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. What was the question?
Can we create NFT of our project idea or any business model or idea?
NFT of a business idea. That's an interesting one, but I guess in general, right, with NFTs, anything that you mint as an NFT, there needs to be some demand for it, and there needs to be some reason why someone would want to own it. Like anyone would want to check that someone owns the NFT. So while you can create NFT out of anything, you need to know, like for NFT for a business ideas, because it's not really regulated and not very standardized yet. I would find it maybe a bit more challenging to say that this is the only copy of this idea. It's really and a lot of NFTs is about interpretation. So what you define it as is what it is, and whether people accept that is what you're saying it is a totally different question. So I can say it's possible, but you need to have the right reasons why you want to do that.
So creating NFT of business idea or patenting a business idea, which is better? Patenting of business idea or creating an NFT?
Yeah, like I said before, patenting is internationally recognized by law, whereas NFT is not really recognized by anyone. So you basically anyone can copy your idea if you mint an NFT, because having an NFT does not mean that it has any power over any legal or any regulatory stuff. So I would definitely recommend patent is much more powerful at this stage. But maybe in the future, if the governments around the world say that we have a new blockchain where you register the NFT and that's a legal thing, then 100% that could be better.
Okay, and one more question: what is cross-chain communication? It is like one blockchain to another blockchain.
Yes, yeah, because right now, like with all of these blockchain projects, is that they're not very collaborative. Where you cannot basically send one message to the other quite easily. I know there is implementations out there, but the whole point of what I was saying about cross-chain on Polkadot is that it's very easy for you to basically send a message. Could just be some text. Could actually be transfer of tokens. So you can transfer one token from one blockchain to the next using this technology very, very easily. It's just a few lines of code versus another concept is called bridges, which is a much more riskier implementation of basically transferring, for example, transferring Bitcoin to Ethereum network requires a bridge, because neither of these blockchains are communicating with each other using very simply, basically. So the whole point of Polkadot is that you can do these messages very, very easily. If everyone integrates this code, then it's much easier to do the transfer of value and transfer of messages.
Okay, and one question is related to bit.country. For creating a metaverse of your own, we have to buy NFTs or for maps and other assets, or else we can create directly.
Yeah, it's a good question. So, big country, you need to get in to create your metaverse requires you to use some tokens initially to create the metaverse, and then what you can do yourself, if you have 3D models, then you can import that yourself, and you have to pay a very small fee to mint the NFTs, very, very little, and then you're able to build using your own assets, or you can buy assets from other people from the marketplace, or you can build, if you remember from the video, you can build using the blocks and stuff. That requires pretty much very little actual value to create. It pretty much doesn't really cost anything to do the blocks, the Minecraft style building. So yeah, I would definitely suggest you can also try out the application using them for free. But if you just, I can see on the actual website, you can see a link where you can just try out yourself and see whether it's something you want to do or not.
Yeah, definitely I will try. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I think that gave a lot of clarity to the students, because the questions gradually progress to much more interesting ones. You have a question? Yeah, please go ahead.
So, good afternoon, sir. I actually had a doubt when you have mentioned about you guys have an idea of creating a metaverse where you'll be actually connecting the NFTs with the real world or assets with the real world, right? What actually is the behind thing that's going to happen if that gets into the progress or something like that?
So what do you mean by the progress?
I mean, if it gets into the real world, so how does exactly will it be implemented, or how would it would be working so that it could be advancement of that?
Cool. Yeah, definitely. So, so like you said, you have a metaverse and you have NFTs in the blockchain, right? But how does actually if it does represent something in the real world, how will it actually get used or implemented, like you said? So an example would be, say if you had like a metaverse where you have like events in the digital world, and then you mint an NFT called like a VIP pass, which can be used in the real world, right? So you need what would need to happen is that there needs to be some app, I guess maybe on your mobile phone, there's like a mobile app, or it could just be the website, where if you log into your wallet using your own credentials, proving that you are the owner of this NFT, the real life event can say, okay, anyone who holds this NFT in Bit Country can access the VIP lounge. And the way they would verify that is they probably can, once you're on your phone, you can basically have a QR code or something of your wallet address. They can scan it, and that scanning will basically verify that this wallet address owns this NFT called the VIP pass. If so, then your green tick, they're allowed to come into the physical event. Another example is if can be used for if you want to get discounts. So if it's a car metaverse, they create a digital showroom and they advertise their cars. They say that anyone who buys this NFT will get like a 10% discount on this car in the real world. So that could also be, obviously can be integrated online as well. So you could go on a car website and then connect your wallet. That verifies that you own that discount, and they'll apply the discount as well. And it's all, none of this can be forged or hacked. Like the wallet is the true source of identity. And similar in the real world, you can also, like I said before, have a mobile, show the wallet, prove that you own the NFT using your own wallet address, and then they can give you some real life benefits just based off of that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And let me ask you a question. This is a general question I was curious about. So, like, since everybody is going behind blockchain and metaverse, and the era is getting started, right? So, like, do you think that we can have, other than in blockchain, like, okay, let us consider we have like databases. So we have progressed it into blockchain. So is there any further progress to that? Or is there any other things that in the blockchain that we guys need to know there are disadvantages and we need to overcome those so that there could be further due to that?
So are you saying like more information on like blockchain as a future of as a future infrastructure kind of thing, or?
Yeah, kind of like that.
Yeah. So, like you said, it's very early stages with metaverse, blockchain, NFTs, and the future of blockchain really depends on the technology, right? So the technology makes it very easy for blockchain to be accessible. So I think one of the key things I want to mention here is that, in my opinion, when it comes to blockchain, pretty much the user won't be visible that the blockchain is actually doing all of this stuff, like verifying NFTs of ownership, scanning the QR code is something people are familiar with, but not checking the wallet and knowing how all that stuff works. So I think the future is blockchain will be transparent, not transparent, it'll be invisible to the user. So they'll just continue using their username and password to do things and logging into apps. But behind the scenes, whenever they buy something, using even just a normal currency, behind the scenes, actually some blockchain is recording that this event has happened and that they own this digital asset. So all they'll see in their phone, for example, is just like, the list of all the assets they own, and the blockchain is just not visible. They don't need to sign transactions and know how to create their own wallet. So one example we have is in Bit Country. In order to use it previously, you need to actually have a polka dot wallet, which is actually quite a big hurdle for someone who's not very technical. So they would need to generate the wallet address, transfer tokens into that wallet address using some exchange. It's quite a laborious process. But what we've implemented recently is log into Bit Country using Twitter. So if you log into Twitter, we actually generate the wallet for you, and it's a non-custodial wallet, so we don't actually store the private key. We kind of show it to the user, and then the user is responsible for it. But essentially, by logging into Twitter, you don't need to worry about having to do this whole process of getting involved into blockchain and wallets. You can basically just start to use the platform and receive NFTs and that sort of thing seamlessly. So I believe that the future of blockchain is not going to be really technical. It has to be very seamless. and almost invisible to the Web 2 wave of thinking. So hopefully that adds a bit more clarity to what you're saying.
Yeah, it did. Thank you so much. So, guys, I know there are a lot of questions, but we'll take it up. Really sorry. We have other session coming up. And Mike, I know all the time in the world won't suffice because the students are extremely interested in the subject. But we really appreciate the time that you have put in, the effort that you have put in to come out and present to the students and the knowledge that you have shared. Guys, give him a huge round of applause. It was lovely to have you, and we hope to see you soon someday in India and then attending it live and amidst the students. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thanks for having me. See you, everyone. Bye.
Bye. Okay, so that was amazing. Now we will move on. So we spoke about the use cases. Now we'll be talking about the use cases in a specific ecosystem, and that is Polkadot. I remember yesterday and day before yesterday we spoke about being a Polkadot developer, right? How many of you want to build in the Polkadot ecosystem? Raise your hands. Perfect, that's the perfect way to go. And to make sure that you do that, the next session is on Polkadot functional ecosystem. And for that, we have Ray Deng joining us from Singapore. She is head of growth programs and parity technologies, and here to help you out on how to participate in the Polkadot ecosystem. Guys, give her a huge round of applause. She has been very patient. Ray, can you hear us? Can we put on the meeting, please? Okay, so apparently we are facing, so there is some network issue and we are trying to join in from another link. How many of us enjoyed the last session? Like, I thought we actually enjoyed the last session, we participated in the session, and we aspired to build something. Anybody wants to share something from the last session? Like they learned or what they felt about it? Yeah? No? No one? Everybody just wants to, keep their ideas close, like
Hello,
Abhishek
can you hear
said.
me?
Nobody wants to share it with anyone.
Hello, am I audible?
No problem. So we'll be back in a few seconds. Let's breathe it in. Yeah, there's a lot of knowledge
Hello,
to consume.
can you guys hear me?
Hi, yes, we can hear you.
Ray, can you hear us?
Over to you, Ms. Ray. Thanks.
Say it again.
You can go ahead.
Oh, we already started. Okay. Cool. Let me share my screen first. 1 second.
Nice. DESCENT.
It doesn't work on my end. Do you mind share screen from your end?
Okay, 1 minute.
Guys, would appreciate silence. Somebody is here to speak, to discuss, even though we are facing issues, but they are here for you, and you need to take that seriously, please. Participate when it requires your participation, you know. I would actually appreciate you guys participating so much at the end of the sessions during the Q&A. Please, let's just be quiet, please. Thank you.
I think you should be able to share the screen now.
Are you referring to me? I could share. Somehow like it just wouldn't. If you can share. Well, cool. I think this is showing up, so maybe I can start. First of all, thanks so much for having me. My name is Ray. I currently head up growth programs at Parity. I manage, incubator accelerators, venture studios, relationships, as well as, DeFi initiatives and some partnerships here in Asia. So I'm not sure. I'm sure, like by now, you guys probably know, about Parity. We are the steward for technology development as well as ecosystem development for the Polkadot network. So today, I'm just going to give you a very high-level overview of our ecosystem. Next slide, please. If you can give me the next, yeah, thank you. So what are people building on Polkadot? So this is a screenshot taken from .insight, and I'll explain that in next slide. But as you can see, right, we have like over 500 projects building on and for the Polkadot ecosystem. There's literally everything: infrastructure, utilities, different verticals like DeFi, metaverses. Because Polkadot is really like this very base layer, right? It allows you to literally build anything possible. We look forward to seeing more of these categories to be added to this, and more of the numbers added to each categories. So I'm going to show you the next slide that covers, some of the projects in our ecosystem. So .insight, this is actually an example of the community initiative, right? So Subwallet is one of our ecosystem projects that's building a wallet, and they're also actively managing and expanding the Vietnamese Polkadot community. So they recently created this research report called .insights, which include this ecosystem map that just give you a visual view of what that looks like, right? So obviously, DeFi is probably by far the largest sector. This is just across all the layer one, all the ecosystem, right? And NFT is the same, right? It's a lot of popularity, have marketplaces, standards, collections, gaming as well. So on .insights, they have this very cool poll, like some kind of community initiative allowing community members to vote for your favorite projects. And actually, I checked this morning that the top 3 projects are actually all NFT related. The first one is RMRK. They're building, the NFT standards, the Kusama Polkadot ecosystem. And the second one is Arjuna. They're building a game engine. And the third one is Big Country, which is a metaverse. So obviously, a lot of popularities around that. But also we have other very crucial, elements as well, right? Like wallets and, privacy, security, smart contracts. So two of our largest smart contracts you probably know of, which is Moonbeam and Asta. They're doing a fantastic job in terms of bringing applications from other ecosystems and also providing this platform for developers to easily deploy their smart contracts, right? So for instance, I think Moonbeam alone, they have close to 300 projects. And Asta is really fast growing as well. Last time I checked, I think they're like, 50 or 60 projects building on Asta, and they're doing an incredible job in terms of business development and partnership formation in Japan. So if you check out their Twitter, it's a lot of really exciting stuff happening. So this is like a very general overview of our ecosystem. So next slide, please. So I mentioned that some of the projects that you saw just now are, smart contract deployment, but most so for instance, all of our parachains and a lot of our projects are actually built with our blockchain SDK called Substrate. So Substrate is this modular and highly flexible, interoperable, and future-proof SDK, right? That allows you to, assemble your own blockchain and do all kinds of customization that you want without the need to reinvent the wheels, right? So next slide, I'm gonna show you some of these, Substrate builders teams. So now we actually have more than 150 projects building on Substrate. Some of them are already become parachains, some of them are parachain candidates, and some of them are just standalone layer one blockchains, right? They're not like really interacting with the Polkadot ecosystem at the moment. I think I by memory, Clayton's new metaverse chain is Substrate, and I think Auth protocol, the previous Web3 Auth, their next iteration will be using Substrate. And there is an Oracle project out there. I'm not sure if they disclosed it yet, but they're using Substrate as well. So, you don't have to be connected to Polkadot if you use Substrate, right? It's just that you will have the option to connect to Polkadot if your chain is Substrate based. And obviously there are, other traditional corporations and international organizations, they're using Substrate to build their, blockchain products. And then they might remain as a consortium chain or private chain. But if they wish to be, they could upgrade themselves into a public protocol in the future. So next slide, please. So obviously, our, marquee product is parachains. And this is the latest screenshot of the current, parachain status. Now, on Polkadot, we already have 30 live parachains, and the auction is going on for the 33rd. And, there's a hopping 132 million dots locked in, these crowd loans. And same for Kusama, we have 41 parachains now. The auction has been going on for the 60-second ones, right? So how this all works in a nutshell is that, if you want to connect to Polkadot, you have to do it via, leasing a slot on the relay chain. And to lease it, right, you have to bond a certain amount of DOT to go into this auction. So some of the teams, they might do it themselves, and some of the teams, they might go to, the community to do a crowd loan, to crowdsource these DOT support, right? And in exchange, they might, choose to reward the community support with their project tokens, right? So this is in a nutshell how it works. Next slide, please. And, so if you want to build a parachain or just in general building, using Substrate, right? What's your, trajectory or developer journey, right? So we have, if you Google Square One Substrate, that will lead you to this website that detailing some of our ecosystem initiatives that include like funding education, tech mentoring, dev support. For instance, under funding, which I'm going to, elaborate in a second, that includes, some of our accelerators and incubators. For instance, we're working with Berkeley University, we're working with the Chinese Wanxiang group, right? We provide you with the network mentoring as well as funding from from these programs. And we also have on-chain treasury, where you can submit your spending request to support your projects, or there's a Web3 Foundation grant programs that allows you to get support from us. You feel free to, because I'm aware of time is a bit limited today, so feel free to go to the website and read all the details here. But the thing is, if you choose to build with and for Polkadot ecosystem, we'll be having a lot of very hands-on tech and strategic programs that help you progress and help you grow. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to elaborate on the two, funding programs that we have. So the first one is the Polkadot Treasury. So the Treasury is really about, reimagining fund allocation, and how people to support how people mobilize and organize around shared goals, right? So if you're helping, building Web3, or if you're doing something that's benefit Polkadot, you will get rewarded in dots for your effort. So the treasury is literally a pot of dots that's collected through transaction fees or staking slashes, or some other normal network operations, right? Any dot holders can submit a treasury spending proposal to support projects and activities that benefit the network. So next slide will show you, the types of activities that's funded by the treasury, and actually it's not limited to that. We are seeing some of the new categories coming up, right, which is being discussed by the community. But for now, these are the typical categories. So first of all, infrastructure deployment and continued operation. If you go to Polka Assembly, that's the governance forum, you will see, for instance, recently I remember seeing Finality, which is providing blockchain API service that's getting funded by the treasury. And the second category is cross-chain application developments. For instance, Snowbridge, that's probably one of the most important bridge for the Polkadot network that's getting funded by treasury in actually a long-term funding proposal. Network security is another one. Recently, I think OpenZeppelin, their treasury proposal is getting approved. Ecosystem provision, this is like, for instance, I remember there is another DeFi community is trying to work with Polkadot, and then they're applying for some kind of initial liquidity subsidy. So I think that falls under this category. Marketing activities, community events. So it's like, for instance, if there's you observe the need to do some paid features, advertisement, organize local meetups, and actually our flagship event Decoded this year in June was actually funded by the treasury. The New York version and the Buenos Aires version both are organized by the community and funded by the on-chain treasury. And then the next two categories are software development and research. And research is not limited to academic research. So this is one avenue where you can get support if you wish to do something that's going to help grow in the Polkadot network and help Web3 development. So next slide, please. So Web3 Foundation Grant, this is another program where you can leverage. So we, Web3 Foundation, provide grants that we believe, right, that will be having the highest impact on Web3 ecosystem. And broadly, they are categorized into software development and research, pretty much in line with the last 2 points bucket of the treasury grants, right? So now you can see there are a few bullet points on some of these projects getting funded, right? Low-level infrastructure, ecosystem components, software, right? So as of today, our grants program has funded more than 300 projects from over 50 countries. So you can go to the Web3 Foundation grant website, or their GitHub page to read all the details. So next slide, please. So this is, a breakdown, and actually this picture is also from Dot Insights on, the breakdown of the types and categories of projects getting funded by Web3 Foundation Grants Program. So if you go to the Web3 Foundation Grants Program's GitHub, you will see there are actually some guidance on the projects or ideas we're looking for. So you will direct you to, I remember the Polkadot wiki page. There's a page on the Web3 tech stack, and there's a list of blue, yellow, red dots kind of projects where we would want to see more people, putting their efforts into. And there is a blog post by the grants program quarterly that's telling you which other programs, projects are getting funded by the grants program. And I think the grants program itself maintains this webpage of requests for proposals, detailing some of these ideas that we would like to see and willing to fund at this point of time. So I would encourage that you guys, go check it out, and hopefully we'll see your application soon. So I'm aware we have 2 minutes left. Thank you so much for listening, and let me know if you have any questions. If you can move to the next slide. I think there are some links for, So stay tuned. We'll be releasing a lot of updates via all these platforms.
There's a huge round of applause for Ray.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Ray, that was quite amazing. I know you had to cover a lot, and we appreciate the fact that you did it in such a short time. Guys, we will move on to questions. Even the questions that were earlier, we can ask her. You want to go ahead?
Hello, ma'am.
Hi.
I actually have a doubt in the NFTs. So if my friend has an NFT and if I crop it to some extent, can I own the ownership of that cropped image?
I mean, this is a question for IP lawyers, right? But to the definition, in my understanding of that particular NFT is your ownership of that particular token, right? So if you own that token, you obviously have the full ownership of everything associated with that, provided that, the collection issuer allows you to own the commercial rights to it. So that's my understanding.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Guys, do we have any other questions? Yeah, sure.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi.
In Polkadot Treasury, you said that if we help someone to build Web 3.0, we will get rewarded. So where we can find that projects in which we can contribute or we can help?
Right. So you can first of all check out our Treasury webpage, Google Polkadot Treasury. And then the second place you can check is Polka Assembly. So this is our governance program that actually has all these proposals that's getting funded or being discussed to be, to be funded by the community. So that will give you some of the ideas of the directions and categories where you can get fund. And then the third category, as I mentioned, is the Web3 Foundation Grants Program. On their GitHub webpage, you will see they have this request for proposals. They will direct you to Polkadot Wiki webpage, which has this Web3 tech stack that has like a very detailing, table telling you some of the stuff that we're looking for.
Thank you, ma'am.
Does that answer your question? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Guys, this is the perfect time to clear your doubts. As I've said before, no questions are stupid questions, Right. So Ray, I think that's about it. And thank you so much for coming. And we really appreciate the
Thanks
fact
for having me.
for your patience. Guys, give her a huge round of applause for taking out the time and coming with us.
Thank you so much. Hope everyone have a good weekend. Hope to see you soon. Bye.
Bye. Thank you so much. Yeah. So now we will begin with something interesting that is going to happen, which will basically change everything that is set up now. You guys are like have warmed your seats too much, and there needs to be some change, right? To speak more on that, we are going to. I mean, I won't disclose more. I'll let Abhishek sir do that. But before that, let's just take a minute before we begin. All right? We'll be back. Guys, this is not a break, so don't go out. We'll be talking about team formation now. You want to be present here because if you miss, then you'll create commotion, okay? So unless it's absolutely necessary, do not go out.
tell me. Hey guys, so I'm going to quickly just talk a little bit about a few things which you should know. I mean, you can only know that when you are like 40 years old. But it's sometimes good to know things ahead of time so that you can plan for it. And the more you know these things, the more you learn from other people's mistakes, the more you learn wisdom from people who have been ahead of you, not necessarily older, but ahead of you in the journey of life. Can you guys hear me at the back? Okay. So I'm talking about a few lessons you should know. These lessons you can only learn from either making your own mistakes, which are very expensive, or you learn from people who are ahead of you in life, who have probably just, in the journey of life, they're a little older and they're a little ahead of you. There are many people here who are trying to support you who are in this position. I've shared a few experiences of mine. Silva sir is here. You know, we have Praveen. A lot of these people have seen and made mistakes, which we all think, you know what, I should have done this a little bit differently. You know? Now let me ask you a question. How many people, even at your age, not too many years, have met somebody randomly and that person suddenly in life turns out to be the most important interview, friend, you know, somebody you have randomly met at college and suddenly you guys are like best pals, you know, you always find this one person who you met literally randomly, but it turns out to be some way very important in your life. How many people have such people? This could be personal or professional, doesn't matter. All of us, right? All of us. And let me emphasize the importance of this very little thing that you don't pay attention to. That sometimes, and I'm going to tell you some stories from my life that happened to me. You know, I was crossing the road. You know where Maheshwari Theatre is? How many people know Maheshwari Theatre? Kachiguda, Nampally area? How many people know? Okay. So this is the older part of the new city. And I was crossing the road. I was like college. There are two things that happened to me when I was crossing the road. Can you believe it? Two things happening the road when you're like on the road when you're crossing the road. Very unlikely, very unusual. So the first thing happened to me was I randomly met so I was with my mom and I was holding her hand and we were walking. And I met this, you know, aunt who basically was crossing the road from the other side. My mom saw her and I saw this, you know, young girl with my aunt. It's a Web3 vibe. I get it. It's a Web3 vibe. So the first thing happened to me was I saw this girl. So now they have also a dog with them, right? Which I didn't see, right? So the first thing happened to me that I saw the girl, but the second thing happened to me was that the dog bit me. Well, that was the best thing happened to me. Guess what? Because I ended up going to the doctor who was that girl's dad. Well, I'm not going to tell you what happened after that. I'm going to let you assume and have fun with it. But there was another story. I was at Harvard. You know, during the break, we went to this lunchroom, and there were like 4 old gentlemen sitting. And, you know, when you're in Boston, you're in a different country, when you see Indian people, you feel like, you know, almost nostalgia, and you go talk to them saying, you know, we haven't met, my name is Abhishek. And we just had some jokes. We just talked about, I literally cursed India, and I literally cursed, you know, all the things that can go wrong in a place. I said, this is better, that is better. I didn't realize who I was talking to. I was just having fun. Can you guys hear me at the back? So I was having fun with these people. And the bell rang, and we went back to the classes. And years later, you know, I told you my story yesterday that I did a startup and I was working on my first customer, first partner. It has to be a telecom company, Vodafone. How many people use Vodafone here today? So yeah, so I have to go partner with this telecom company called Vodafone. And I'm a fresh student out of Harvard. So I somehow get the appointment because I graduated from Harvard, right? And I entered the office of the CEO, and this older gentleman turns around on the swirling chair, and guess who this person was? One of the older gentlemen who I met at Harvard, and I was cursing everything about India. So he remembered all my jokes, and he was like, oh, Abhi, this is you. And interestingly, I also passed a comment on Vodafone. He also remembered that. But funnily, I got the contract because I met him, and he just thought I was a cool guy. And I was an honest person. So, the point of the lesson, guys, it doesn't matter who you meet, where you meet, how long do you meet? Do you meet them in the middle of the road, or in a cafeteria, or in a meeting, or a setting like this? Always build bridges. Don't build walls. Exchange phone numbers. Have good smiles. Fun when you meet people. If you build bridges, you don't know when that bridge will come handy in the future. You don't know whether this one person you met randomly and you had fun with might be the hiring manager that you're trying to get a job in a company. All of you. Like when you leave this place, I want you to have 300 friends. I want you to remember each other because you will be around the world globally. I can tell you that the fact that you're already here, you're global citizens. No matter where you come from. Because the fact that you know about Web3 so much by now, and all my rant, you should already know that you will be global citizens. You will be all rich. So, it might take a little longer, but you will get there. So, the important lesson is build bridges. Don't build walls. Make sure, no matter who that is, you have great conversations. To that effect, I'm going to switch everybody, you know, and you're not sitting with any of your friends anymore here. So here's what we're going to do. You know, I really wanted to do musical chairs and make you run around the entire auditorium, but I think it would be a little inconvenient and short on time. So we will do the following. We will talk about your team building, and I will tell you how we have structured this, but you have to understand one of the big Web3 agendas is that you should build your network from day one. today is that day. Everybody you meet, you have to exchange the phone number. You have to have that smile and you have to have relationship. You remember earlier I told you, don't be that guy who hides ideas. You want to have a reputation, you have a brand. And the brand should be, this girl is brilliant. I want to hang out with this person because he or she gives me great vibes, great ideas, and that is the reputation you want to have. And if you have that brand, everybody would want you in your team, in their team. And you want to be that person who other people want in their team, not the person who is clever. Now let me say why I'm saying that clever. You know what Jeff Bezos say? Jeff Bezos says, you know, I've learned one very important thing. How many people think here they are clever? Smart. Like, I'm smart. Come on. Right? There's no downside in being smart. Guys, you have to believe you're smart. That's why you're here. Raise your hands. All of you. Okay. So, but there is one thing more important than being clever, is being kind. If you have ever a choice to choose between kindness and clever, you have to choose kindness over clever. Do you have friends who like to show off how clever they are on the expense of others, even when others are feeling bad? All of us. In fact, I'll tell you a great story. I got a slap on my face because of that. But long story short, you have to choose kindness over cleverness when you have a choice to make. You need to know when to be kind and when to be clever. There is nothing wrong in being clever, but if you're choosing cleverness and you're hurting somebody else, just trying to prove somebody wrong, especially somebody elder or somebody handicapped, it doesn't make you smart. It only means that you're not kind to people. Right? Just because you don't prove somebody wrong doesn't mean you're less clever. It just means that you're smart and you're kind about when do you want to be clever. All right, with that, I'm going to talk to you about how we split the teams. We're going to make the teams of 3. Okay? We're going to make the teams of 3, and that means we have somewhere about 94 teams today. 95. Okay? And the top 30 teams, we are trying to arrange for a Web3 developer to join. Now the team members have to decide a team name. Can you guys hear me at the back? So the team will decide the team name, and the team will have 3 responsibilities. One responsibility is to do front-end development, full stack front-end. Second responsibility is a full stack back-end. The third responsibility is program management, repository management, and marketing management. Now, ideally, each of you should do all of this, but you cannot do all of this. It's a team effort, especially if you want to complete a hackathon. But you need to learn all of this over a period of time, right? So when you participate in multiple hackathons, when you form teams next time, try to switch roles. You all are collectively responsible, but if you don't work like a team, you will never finish a project. Now, guess what? We have some non-technical team members who don't like coding, and then there are some people who like coding, right? So, and just so you know, both are equally paid. There is no difference in the industry. In fact, sometimes the non-technicals are paid more than technical ones, right? So here's an opportunity for both the non-technical and the technical people to participate equally in the team, right? So here's how we have done it. We have done a team of 3, and the way we have done it is we basically put your names in an Excel sheet and we randomized it. So I'm going to show you how we did it so you know how it's going to work. Now you might say, Abhi sir, come on. Life is already difficult. Right? I know. But Web 3 is Now, do you want to be a Web 3 developer or you want to go back to Web 1? You want to be a? You want to be a? Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a big shout out to a few people later, but let me just walk you through what we did, okay? So, Deepak, you're going to be my mic? Or can you switch on this? Okay. All right, guys, so I'll just show you how we did it. I would like your attention. All of us. So here's what we did, right? So if you see, there is a command in Excel. These are all your names on the left-hand side, right? If I have to basically randomize your list, all I do is just drag this command called rand bracket, right? So it gives me a random score like that. And when I actually use this random score and sort it, it gives me a random number that I can actually use to randomize these rows, right? And when we randomized it, we basically came up with the output, which is here, okay? So this list, well, not here, this one. Okay, so this list has all colleges, all students, split into 3 that are present in this hall today. Now, can I get the mic, please? Okay, so wait, don't get too excited to looking at your names just yet. So let me clarify why we did this. First off, does anybody has any questions on the fairness of this process? Does anybody has any question on the fairness of the process? I want to make sure you understand there is no favoritism, there is no, definition that has been done from our side. It's purely luck. Now, okay, can you take this down, please? Okay, so. Yeah, let's make a visa right now. All right, if you guys want me to join you, I'll do murmur with you too. Change the screen to Abhishek's visual. I'll wait for you to go silent. Okay, next time I see anybody talking now, I'm going to call them on stage. Okay, so now that you allow me, I want to point out, number one, the Web3 way is that you will work with a lot of unknown people to collaborate in the community globally. If you are comfortable, the whole idea of this exercise is to make you uncomfortable. If you're not uncomfortable right now, you are not learning. The whole idea here is to put you with people that you don't know and build relationships. The whole idea of this exercise is you draw from other people's strengths that you don't know. You will not find all your friends and relatives walking around with you every time to develop a code. Does that make sense? This is what way? This is what way? This is what way? So you are here to learn how to fish, not to feed. And the only way you learn how to fish is becoming a fisherman. And the Web3 fishermen work globally, and you don't need, by the way, do you know who created Bitcoin? Have you met him? Do you know who that is? We don't. Does that mean just because you don't know your neighbor, you're not going to work with him? Because who knows, she could be Satoshi Nakamoto, right? My point is, you in the Web3 world, you could be completely anonymous, but you still have to work with other people. Now I can give you one secret sauce. Google Meet is free. And if you tell me how we will meet, when we will meet, how can this collaboration happen? It only means one thing, that you don't want the collaboration to happen. And if you want to be a great Web3 developer, I'm sorry you have to tell your friend you love them, but you'll see them in the college if you're not together. And if you're together, sure, so be it. That means the universe has heard you. But until then, you are a Web3 developer. And that's what you are here for, and that's what you will do in the future. Because I'll tell you what, if you want to be rich and you want to be a Web3 developer, and your friend doesn't want to be rich and she doesn't want to be a developer, Web3 developer, then you say bye-bye, and you go on being rich, being a Web3 developer. Because you have learned the way to work with other people who you don't know and who you should know. Okay, so that said, I think, as I said, the teams are divided into 3. The list will be shared with you, correct? The list will be shared with you, and here's what needs to happen tomorrow. The 3 people in the same team should sit together. Oh. But you remember what I told you? You never know who these people are. You don't know whether he or she will be a CEO or here. And I'm about to tell you something even more exciting. Okay, somebody wants to hear the good news? Yes. Okay, yeah. So, we are introducing something called the IBC Global Leader Program. What is it? IBC Global Leader Program. Of which, have you seen that movie called 30? Super 30? Do you know why there are 300 people here? Is that coincidence? You know why you're 300 and not 30? Because we want to create the Super 300. And I want to let you know that you are the first graduates of the International Blockchain Congress Global Leader Program, Batch 1. I will tell you what that means. That means that for the rest of your life, you will have access to each other. You will support each other. You will network each other. You will provide opportunities to each other. You will share ideas. You will form companies. You will code. You will have fun. Maybe some people might get married. Who knows? But I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying, no matter what you guys, take the journeys on, we will provide the platform for you guys to stay in touch and continue to build the network professionally going forward. But you will be the Batch 1 graduating for the International Blockchain Congress Global Leader Program as of today. And all that means there is one thing common among all of you, which is IBC. And that's the thread that connects all of us, all of you, for the rest of your life. So with that said, Deepak, over to you.
He makes my job so complicated. The tempo, he leaves with such a high tempo, and then I have to come in. Guys, give him a huge round of applause. The man with the vision and with the mission. I'll take a pause, I'll think about what I have to say next, and then I'll be back. So what we'll do is, until then, guys, we will take a break, but it's a quick break, right? It's a quick break, believe that. Don't go outside and roam around for 10-15 minutes. Just take 5 minutes, go back and freshen up, and then come back. All right? Let's re-meet.
in Web3, everything we build in Web3, everything we do in Web3. And in the end, I'll tell you how to build a $1 billion company within 1 year in Web3. Who wants to know that? If you want to know that, then you have to prove me that you are becoming a Web3 developer. And I'm going to tell you the last day. I'll keep that for the last day. But first, we're going to share. And for us to share, we're going to enter this contest of how many of your friends can you go tell that this was worth it and they should join this community to get the best jobs they're looking for, and what you learned was meaningful for them to know and what they're missing. It's important. I wish all kids, all youngsters, all students like you get this opportunity to be here physically and hear me firsthand. But it's obviously, we have, physical limitation. But whether the students are online, offline, I would like them to know that we care about them equally, even if they are not here physically. And I want them to join a Discord group. And the first thing we all can have impact on is our first degree connections that we all have to invite them to our party. Are we going to do that? Yes. So the first 10 people with the highest number of joinees, I need a volunteer to track that, to come up with the top. There we go. Come on, friend. Listen. You guys are not hearing. If you don't volunteer, you will never get the opportunity. And guess what I'm going to do? When we list their profile, I'm going to list them that they are leaders and they take initiative. Next time I ask a volunteer, I want all hands up. Otherwise, I'm going to pick the hand that is down. Initiative first. Or else I'm going to look at the person who's looking down, trying to hide, and I'm going to pick that as volunteer. So you decide, but welcome, guys. Introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. My name is Surendra, and I'm from VNR Vignan Jyoti College.
Which college?
VNR Vignan Jyoti.
A round of applause for VNR. VNR Vignan Jyoti College, please. That was introduction.
Hello, friends. This is Varun Raichur from MLRTM Dundigal.
A big round of applause for MLRM Dundigal. Guys, why don't you tell something, funny about yourself, like any interesting fact? I'm not going to put him on the spot. That was funny enough. But guys, I am very proud of you for joining. And next time, when you come on stage, by the way, you will come on stage again. Think of an interesting fact about you that you will talk about, and especially the ones that embarrassed you the most. How many facts did I tell about myself that was very, very embarrassing? I even told about the girl. Yeah? So, point is, guys, t-shirts. All right. Can you show up the t-shirts? So, a round of applause, guys, for the leaders, for the IBC Global Leader Program. 2022 batch 1. Thank you guys. We should catch up afterwards to discuss the details, but you know who to report. I want to see how many creative brains are there, right? I mean, creativity comes in many forms, and I'm sure like social media, you know, brings out the best in us, obviously. You know, that was totally sarcastic, but a lot of people are shaking their heads. I love it. That's the Web3 vibe, guys. That's the Web3, guys. You find fun in great places. I love it. So last one, again, I want to see numbers climb. I want to see how many people you are having impact on by inviting them. Because look, you are lucky to be here. To be very honest, we could have chosen easily somebody else. But the way we want to have impact is we want to invite your friends, your peers, who you care about, to come join the program with us on Discord. So please, we are counting, and I'm counting on you to have this impact. Deepak, over to you.
Guys, do I need to say it? Absolutely not. Okay, so obviously a lot of questions and how it's going to happen, how people will meet, and all of those questions are there, right? Yeah, raise your hand if that's the case. Yeah, so let's sort them out. What I'll do is I will announce the names. All of us are present here, right? Nobody's outside? Okay, so I'll announce the names, okay? I am also not sure how this is going to happen. There's a huge number, lot many people here, and we have to handle with respect to the team-wise. So be patient. Try not to create commotion, okay? And we'll figure it out smoothly. So what I'll do is I'll announce the names, and in that case, you come forward and you start taking the seats. Make sense? So when you occupy the seat, for example, if our friends here, when you come forward and you occupy the seats, some of us will have to move, right? So every one of you will be gracious enough to do it smoothly without creating, I'm not going to go, right? That's not going to happen, right? Okay, don't move from your seat right now. I'll announce the names and we'll do it one by one. Lot of names, and we are going to know everyone's name now. Yeah. Let's begin. Let's be quiet. This in itself is going to be so much fun that we don't need to actually speak. Trust me, it's going to be fun. All right, first name. If you see, let's be quiet, guys. Come on. Okay, you must be packing and everything. Okay. That's the spirit. So let's do one thing. Let's take a minute to pack. All right. And while you do that, make sure there's no damage. The announcements have been done, that you have to be careful. Let's take a minute and pack your stuff. Not to go outside, but to move your chairs. If there's any doubt over here, all right, while you're moving or you need help, we have Deepak over there. He's also Deepak. Yeah, much better than me. So Deepak over there with Naveen, with Abhishek, and obviously Dhruv, you know, of course. So reach out to them, all right? They will help you out. I don't think there should be any question, but there will be shuffling, and there will be a lot of shuffling. Some chairs will be moved. So if there's any problem, let them know. We are done with the packing? Who's left? Raise your hand. Anyone left? Okay. Keep going. It's okay. We'll take another minute. Who else? Okay, I see some laptops. Yeah, so that's going on. Yeah, let's make it quick, guys. How many of you are excited for that? How many of you are scared? Look at each other's faces. The ones who are excited, look at the faces who are scared. Because you will be next to each other. All right, are we done? Guys, raise your hand if anybody is left with respect to their packing. Guys, raise your hand because I'll begin now, right? Okay. So let's do this. Guys, if there's any doubt, any problem, the people are there, they will help you out, okay? Let's begin with Prashant. Prashant, come forward. So what we'll do, we'll leave these two segments, okay? Everybody listen, all right? We'll leave these two segments for mentors, speakers who come with us and help us. So you want to say something? And we'll start from these two segments, and we'll. Okay, so Prashant, what we'll do is you come here, ladies and gentlemen. You might want to move to, I don't know, come here. The entire place is your campus. Yeah. All right, amazing. So here's another suggestion. Let me do this. Let me call the three names of the same team. And the team members together will take the stage, walk from here, introduce themselves, just warm up. That's his idea. That's this man's idea, not my idea.
All right, let's not keep the introduction. It'll take 5 hours for us to get through this routine. We will basically announce the name. You just three come together, walk the stage, come from there, go past it, find wherever you want to go and sit. No challenges there. But we want to basically make sure you guys get to know each other, and you will basically sit together very quickly. So start announcing names. As we are announcing names, please follow the team, and we will announce the team 1s and 2, whatever, team 94.
Yeah, so just
just tell them to sit in the first table.
No, sir, we are keeping that because we need Yeah, all right. So, Prashant, come here. Wait for the other friends. This is team 1, by the way. Give them a huge round of applause. We have Prashant. Then we have...
Guys, get your bag. Get your bag. Get your bag. Everybody get your bag because you're moving.
Yeah.
Moving. Moving. You may want to give some hugs to your friends.
Prashant, Prashant will be joined by Harika Sundala. Yeah, what I'll do is, obviously this will be much simpler. What I'll do is, guys, can we please have
screen share.
Share the screen over there? But come forward only when I announce your name.
So just say team 1 and team 1, please come forward looking at the screen, the top 3 names.
Perfect.
Right? Team, when we said team 2, look at your name and come forward, please.
Able to see.
Can you see it?
Yeah, can you see?
Lights
can
off.
you put off the lights? Thank you, sir.
Can you see it? All right, team 1.
Prashant,
Team 1.
Harika Sundala, and Hema Mahitha Mudundi. Guys, if you'll clap, they will clap for you. So let's be cooperative. And
get your back, come from the stage on the other side.
And apologies in advance if I mispronounce your name. Don't take it seriously, okay? It's my mistake. It would be my mistake. Just take a walk. You have the spotlights. You can walk and continue. Yeah, grab your seats, guys.
So which rows they want?
We are starting from there.
How are you going? You're going this way?
This way, then this, then this.
So
Just
here,
meeting these
from
two.
here.
Yeah, from here. Okay.
Just announce it. Guys, as we are announcing the teams, we are going to be sitting in the order starting from this row. We're going to go right and then go right at the back and then go right. So you start here, go from your right to left and your right to left. So we will go in this order and the teams have to sit in that order. Team 1 will be right here. So team 1, You go down this path and you go take your chairs in the first row, please. Just announce team 2, don't take the names.
Yeah, team 2. You can see the names, raise your hand, come forward. Yeah, come on, let's come. Yeah, perfect. They can see the names, perfect.
Call team 3.
Team 3. Team 4. Guys, keep the claps coming. You'll clap, they'll clap for you. Let's be cooperative. So team 2 will be followed by team 3 on stage. So make sure you are aware which team you are on, right? So team 2, come on the stage, followed by team 3, followed by team 4. No, from. Nahi Baba, it will go from here, no? Then we won't be able to adjust people. Yeah, we'll go from here. Whichever share is extra, we'll move it.
Okay, team 2, right? Follow. Go down and follow Deepak. Team 3, follow right behind them. Team 4, team 5. Can you guys see team 5? Team 6. Team 4. Go down, follow them. Team 5, team 6. Faster, faster. Team 5. Where is team 5? Did you guys already come on the stage? Team 5, team 6, team 7. I heard
Some volunteer.
Team 5, faster, faster. Team 5, wait. Team 5, come here. With your team. Shake hands. Team 6, team 7. Guys, where are the claps? Team 6. Did you guys shake hands? Know each other, that's great. These guys were like destined to be together. Team 6, team 7. Hands. You know each other? All of you? Not? So did you shake hands? All right, team 7, team 8, team 9. Wait, where's the screen? Team 8, team 8.
Laptop.
You guys know each other? Shake hands? Woohoo! Team 9. Team 9, team 10. Come on up. Team 9. Do you guys know each other? You've shook hands? Shake hands, guys. Team 10. Where is one more? Team 10. Mohammed Abdul Shabaz Ajay B. Nandini. Who is missing? Ajay? Come on up. All right, do you guys know each other? No? Good job. Shake hands. Shake hands. All right, come on. Next. Team 11, Team 12. Guys, why is Team 11 not here already? 11, 12. 11 is Bachali, Neela and Akash. Who is Team 11? Team 11 here. Where is another? Who is missing? Akash, Yashwant, Kranti, Team 11. Bachali Kranti, who is Bachali Kranti? Do you know who Kranti is? Hey, can you just scroll to the right and see if Kranti is from which school? It's VNR, Vignan Jyoti, Kranti. Kranti is not here? Okay, just follow Team 11. We'll probably find you a substitute. No worries. Team 12, Team 13. How is that 2 people are coming? Really? Hansika, Abdul, and Akila. Where is Abdul Kayam? Abdul Kayam. Abdul is hiding? Faster, bro. All right. Do you guys know each other? Did you shake hands? So, all right. Why am I have to remind people to shake hands? COVID is over. Come on, shake hands. Abdul. All right. Thank you, guys. Move forward. Team 13, Team 14, and Team 15. All on the stage. 13. Who is 13? Richa, Omar, and Mahita. Richa, Mahita, Omar. Do we have Omar Ahmed? Omar Ahmed. Absent. Okay, you continue. We'll get you another replacement for Omar. Please, forward. Team 14. Team 14. Guys, can I please scroll down? Team 14. Team 14. Guys, can I see Team 14? Please? You got it? Okay. You guys know each other? No? Huh? Yes, no, yes. No. Okay. Did you shake hands? Awesome. Go forward. Team 15, Team 16, Team 17. Sai Teja, Sankalp, Yog Amruta. Team 16, Manisha. Wait, guys. Okay, yeah. Do you guys know each other? Do you guys know each other? Sai Teja, Amruta. Guys, welcome. Team 17. Team 17. Team 16, Team 17, and Team 18. Come on up. Manisha, Kovid, Varun. Team 16. Do you guys 15 came over? 17 come back. Where is another other person? Varun, Kovid, Manisha. Manisha, do you guys know each other? Will you shake hands? All right, come on. All right. Move forward. Team 17, Satvika, Sirisha, Vaishnavi. You guys know each other? Now you guys have to give a hug, but give a shake of hands. Come on. Team 18, Team 19, Shrija, Kardas, Ashwati. You guys know each other? Then why are you guys not shaking hands before I tell you? All right, thank you. Team 19, Team 20. Chandni, Sahini, Deepti. Team 19? You guys know each other? Shake hands now. All right, let's go. 20, 21, 22, come up. 20, 21, 22, come up. Team 20. One more. Team 20. You guys know each other? Good. Shake hands. All right, move forward. 21. You guys know each other? Yes. Shake hands. And now, move forward. 22. 23, 24, all come on the stage. 22, 23, 24. You guys know each other? Yes. Shake hands. Move forward. 22, 23, where is 22? 22. Who is 22? Abhinay, Bhageshri, Somu. They went already? All right, 23. You guys know each other? Awesome. Move forward. 24. Sai, Nangam, Surya, and Anjali. There we go. You guys know each other? Yes. Shake hands. Move forward. 25, 26. Neha, Pradeep, Ghani. Neha, Pradeep, Ghani. Where is your third team member? Ghani Khan. Who is this person? Ghani Khan? Ghani Khan? Come on, bro. Faster, faster, faster. Okay, you guys know each other? Just met? Awesome. Shake your hands, move forward. Team 26, 27, 28, 29. 26, 27, 28, 29. Come on. Faster. Why are you people almost dragging yourself? 20, 27, 26. Hold on. 27, 26. Wait up. Hello. 26. Who else is missing 26? Bhargavi, Mohammed, Mehraj, and Siri. Siri. Sir. Your teammates, not mine. Shake hands. All right, next, move forward. Lalit, Nikita, and Prabhat. Shake hands. All of you, move forward. All right, 28, 29, 30. Come on up. "28, 28, 28. You guys know each other? No? Move forward. Good job, guys. 29? Come on up. Did you guys know each other? Oh, should I change it? Oh, no. All right, thank you, guys. Shake hands. Move forward. 30, 31, 32. 30? Who else? Who is missing? Roshni. Come on, faster. You guys know each other? Shake hands. Shake hands. Are you more scared or she more scared? I'm confused. Shake hands now. Yeah. All right, move forward. 31, 32. 31. 31. Shook hands. All right, guys, move forward. 32. 32, 33, 34. One more. Who is one more? Bhargav, Amrusha, Fenendra. Who is missing? Fenendra. Bro, come on up. Quickly. Right? You guys are 33. You guys shook hands. Move forward. You guys have to wait. 33, 34, 35. 34? You guys know each other? Now you know? Move forward. Shake hands, please. 36, 37. You guys are 30, 32. Awesome. 35. Who else is missing? Anusha, Ashvita, Shushruta. Shushruta is coming. Missing. You guys know each other? Great. Shake hands, guys. Awesome. Move forward. 36, 37, 38. You guys? 36. You guys know each other? Move forward. Shake hands, please. 37, 38, 39. Devishri, Pratyusha, Sai. Come on up. You are 37? You guys know each other? Good. Shake hands now. You can shake hands on the staircase, bro. Come on up. 38, 39, 40, 38. You guys are 38? Where is one more? All right, you guys know each other? Shake your hands. Shake your hands. Move up. 39. You guys know each other? Good job. 39. Actually, I should say myself a good job. Right. 30, 30, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. 40? You guys know each other? You do? Oh, I should change. No, I'm just kidding. All right, this was random. So shake your hands, all of you. Awesome. Move forward, move forward. 41? You guys know each other? No? Did you shake hands? Come on. 42? You guys know each other? Shake your hands. Thank you. Move forward. 42, 43, 44. Come up. 42, 43, 44. You are 42. Where is 42? You are 43. Who is 42? 42, 43, 44. I want all of them on stage. 43. Come here. 43. 42, 43, 44. I want all three teams. You guys are 43. Shake hands. Move forward. 44. You guys are 44. One more. Navya, Sai, and Shruti. 44. Shake hands. Awesome. Hey, did we get 42? Did we get 42? Perfect. 45, 46, 47. 40? Do you guys know each other? Oh, should I change it? No, that's okay. Chalo, shake your hands, please. All of you. You guys will work together. 20, 45. Thank you. 46, 47. 46, 46, 46. Shake your hands. 47. You guys know each other? Good job. 47. Shake your hands. 48, 49, 50. 48. Come on up. You guys know each other? Shake your hands. Right? Come on, move on. 48. You guys are? 49. Shake your hands. Move forward. 50, 51, 52. Harika, Sai Lakshman, and Yadgiri. You guys know each other? No? Good. You also don't know her. Shake hands. Yeah? So, guys, move on. Move forward. Move forward. 51, 52. 51. Hey, you seem like you guys know each other. No? All right. Awesome. You guys shake hands? Awesome. 52. 53. You guys know each other? Then shake hands, bro. 54. You got 53. You guys are? 53. You guys know each other? Good job. Move forward. You guys are? 54. You guys know each other? No? Shook hands? Perfect. Sure? All right, next. 55, 56, 57. You guys know each other? That's the perfect. Shake hands. Awesome. Keep going. 56. What number are you guys? 56? 57. Where is 56? Who is 56? Maitri, Amulya, Ramya. You guys know each other? 56. You guys know each other? No? Then shake hands. All right, 57. Keep moving forward. Varsha, Joshna, Deepak. Shake hands. You guys don't know each other? Awesome. 58. Dinesh, Altaf, Prakash. You guys know each other? Awesome. Next. 59, 50, 59, 60, 61. Vaishnavi, Navya, Bhavni. You guys know each other? Fantastic. I love this. 60, Harika, Kiran, Akila. You guys know each other? Fantastic. Shake your hands, bro. COVID is over. 61, 62, 63. Sixty-one. Shook hands. Shook hands. Awesome. Move forward. 62. Bhargavi, Lakshmi, Monica. You guys are laughing already. You guys know each other? You said, no. Okay, then shake hands. Did you guys shake hands? Awesome. Move forward. 62, 63, 64. 62, 63, 64. Come on stage. Am I missing something? Hey, don't move too fast. You're moving too fast, Deepak. No, I'm not even. I'm 62, 63. Go up. Yeah, what team are you? 63, come up. Hey, did we get 62? Yeah, 63. 64, 65. You are 63. 63. Who else is missing? 63. One more. 63. Bro, don't move. 63. Shri, Shivpriya, Sneha. From Rishi. Who? Shivapriya, you are? You are Shivpriya. You are? Abhinaya. Who is missing? Sneha? Oh, come on. Shake hands. People are waiting. Move forward. 64. You guys know each other? Which one? Yes or no? No? Okay. So I shook hands. Awesome. Moving forward. 65. You guys know each other? Shook hands. Awesome. 60, what, 65, 66, 67? 65, 66, 67. Dude, you're moving too fast. What team is that?
65.
65, 66, 67, 68. 66? Who else is missing? Sherlyn, Adya, Kirti, and Pravalika. 66? Awesome. Do you guys know each other? Shook hands? Awesome. Go forward. 67? Praveen, Rahim, Akash. You guys know each other? Awesome. Shook hands? Perfect. Move forward. 68, 69, 70. Gururam, Raichur, Varun. I think I'm reading the other way around. Actually, the names are the other way around. But you guys know each other? Shook your hands? Thank you. Go forward. 69, 70, 71. Meghna, Aarti, Preeti. You guys know each other? Shake hands. Go forward. 70, 71, 72. 70 is Vaishnavi, Shreya, and Sai. You guys know each other? Shake hands. Shake hands. All of you. Thank you. 70, 71, 72. You guys are 71. You guys know each other? You guys know each other? Just now. Okay, move forward. You guys shook hands? 72, 73. You guys 72? You guys know each other? Have you met? Shook hands? Move forward. You guys are? 73. All right, you guys know each other? Okay, move forward. 74, 75, 76. 74. 74, we have Bhargavi, Shrita, and Bhumika. Bhumika Priya. You're Bhumika Priya? Who else is missing? Bhargavi. And we're looking for Shihita. All right, faster. Shake hands. Move forward. 75. 75. Shushma, Varsha, Shrija. Faster, faster, faster. 75. Who is 75? You are? Varsha, you are? Shushma. Shrija Reddy. Do we have a Shrija Reddy in house? Shrija Reddy. Shrija Reddy from Anurag. Okay, Meena ma'am, make a note that Shrija Reddy from team 75 is missing. Wait. Okay, so remember, Shrija is missing. We'll appoint another member of the team. You can go forward. Right? 76. We have Chandu, Vijaya, and Sidula. You guys know each other? Shake hands. Move forward. Next, 77. 77, 78, 79. Hanisha, Varun, Prasanna. You guys know each other? Awesome. 78. Mohit, Sujan, Sai Pratyusha. 77, one more. Who are you? Did we get 77? Yep, 78. Mohit, Sujan, and Sai Pratyusha, right? All right, you guys know each other? No? Please shake hands. Move forward. Awesome. Next. 79. Amulya, Maryada, and Vandan Reddy. Then Farkan. You guys know each other? Awesome. Move forward. 80. Team 80. You guys know each other? You've met, shook hands? Awesome. 81, 82, 83. 81? Where is one more? Who is 81? One more. We got Vaishali, Suvarna, and Chitala Pooja. Pooja, come up. All right, please shake hands. Please shake hands. Move forward. Next, Akshay, Bhuvaneshwari, and Neeraja. You guys have met, shook hands. You guys are awesome. Move forward. 83, 84. 83. You're 83? 83? 83? Shook hands, shook hands. All right, move forward. 84. Shook hands. You guys know each other? You guys are sisters? Okay. All right, guys, thank you. 85, 86. You guys know each other? Yes? You know each other? We just met. Okay, just met is good. That was a good movie. You guys know each other?
105.
Awesome. Shook hands? You guys shook hands? Awesome. 86, 87.
107.
What team was that? What team was that?
What's your team number? 86.
86, 87, 87. You guys know each other? Shake hands, bro. 88, 89, 88, 89, 88, 88, 88, 89. Thank you. Love it. 89, 89. Shook hands. You guys know each other? Then 89. That's the whole point. 90, 91, 90. Team yellow. You guys know each other? Shook hands? Yeah? Awesome. Team 91, 92. 91, 92. You guys know each other? You guys know each other already? Partially? From where? Okay, so shake hands. All right, guys, welcome. 92? 92? You guys know each other? No? Then shake hands. Huh? Awesome. Move forward. 93, 94. You guys shook hands? You guys shook hands? Okay. Welcome. Team? 93, 94. 95. You're 94? You guys know each other? Just not move forward. 95. Hello. Shake hands. Him as well. Okay, you guys are 95. Hold on a second. You know, there might be a little split. So there were two teams. There were two people missing. There were two teams which had only two people. Wait. Team 95, you stay back. There were teams that had only two people. Which were the teams that have only two people? I told you to make a note. 75. And one more team which had only two people. There was one more person missing. 75 and 13. So, guys, I'm have to split with you guys. You go to team number 13 and you go to 75. So, Meena ma'am, she's going to team number 75 instead of Srija. And our friend here is going to team number 13. Wow. That was insane. So are we clear? We got this. We got this okay. Team number 75 and team number 13. You need a chair. Can my friend here, who walks really slow, can you move a little to one chair to you? How come there are chairs missing? You need one more chair? You need one more chair. So we need one more chair over there. How come there is one more chair? If the team of 3, 3, and 3, okay, one more chair. So where is the gentleman? Is he missing? Coming? He's gone? Where is he gone? But is he wait, no. Okay, wait. When you came on the stage, were you 2 people or 3 people? Okay, so that means that person is not coming back. That means that person is gone. And you remember what I told about being gone? That means we don't take them back. Right? So that is the problem, because I would not like to give this opportunity to people who don't respect the the curriculum because it's very hard to get this program. Okay, wait. So we have one more seat. Wait, ma'am. Are these students don't have a team? This will be team 96. You and, sorry? 96 we took them to other team. 95? Yeah, 95. So 95. You are left. You will be joining team 11, please. Mention your name, team 11. I'm sorry, but you know, this is very important to understand that if you leave, we will replace you with somebody else who deserves it. Understand the importance of the program because there are thousands of students at colleges right now, and I really want to tell them thank you for making the sacrifice for you to be here, but at the same time you have to respect that there's so many students right now watching you going through this program and cannot be here physically. So we have to respect it, and if you cannot be here physically, then unfortunately we have to take you out for a later opportunity. But I cannot not have you here and do the program. One thing I would like to point out, if you miss a day, you lose the certificate. Whether it's Saturday, whether it's Sunday, when I can be here, then I'm sure you can be here too. Do you agree? Do you agree? Do you agree? So, please understand, if it's important for you to be here to be part of the program. Now, how uncomfortable is this sitting versus the previous one? Not at all? That's how you should start feeling it. This is the beginning of the Web3 vibe. Now, I want to give you a simple acronym you have to remember. And I want you to pay attention. My God, people are already started to talk and they're not listening. Guys, here. We are not there yet. I let you be, I promise. But I have to communicate something very, very important. It's called values. We follow this in our company, we follow with these friends. But if you don't know this, you will screw up the relationships you have. Please understand, you have to remember a framework when you work with people. Everybody comes from a different background, different culture, different religion, different race. So let's talk about this for a second, because if you don't remember this, you will stumble into mistakes that a lot of people make. Can you remember a word called heart? You know heart? People do it in, yeah, there we go. I like that, Web3 vibe. Yeah? How many people can make a heart? Make a heart. You know, the Korean way of making a heart is this. A smaller one, but a Korean way of doing a heart. Can you do a heart for me, guys? All of you. Show me a heart. Show the heart to your left and right. Yeah? I mean, come on. You know heart is just a biological organ in the body. No? Too many movies. Okay. So, a heart means something. Let me spell it out for you. H stands for humility. You have to remember, you can learn from anybody. From somebody who is very young and somebody who is very old. It doesn't matter where the learning is coming from. You can just learn from anywhere, and you have to always understand that you're always hungry to learn. You have to be humble, you have to be, open to this idea of continuous learning. It doesn't matter, especially in tech. Every new day you have something to learn. H stands for humility. I'm going to ask you in the corridor, so you remember, pay attention. E stands for effort. There is no shortcut to success. You have to put in the midnight oil, you have to put in the effort. A stands for ambition. If you will not think big, if you would not think of the moon, then you will land on the roof. You need to think big. You need to have ambition. And you know what? I actually lied. It's not heart, it's heart. How do you pronounce a heart spelling which has 2 R's in it? Heart, right? So it's with a little bit, that Indian esophagus effect. Heart, because there are 2 R's in it. The first R stands for, which is the most important for you to remember, is respect. And I'm just going to clarify what respect means. Respect means what the other person thinks respect is, not what you think respect is. If you are saying something which you think is right, but I feel that is wrong, that means you're being disrespectful. So when you're working with people around you, no matter who they are, you need to remember you have to have respect. And that's a zero tolerance policy in IBC, in this session, anywhere around us, for all my team members, everybody, and we make sure that you have to have respect. If anybody is found being disrespectful in the teams, I'm sorry, but you will be sent home. Do not be disrespectful. And that's how it should be. What about the second R? Is responsibility. If you're taking a responsibility within your team, make sure you exceed that responsibility. Make sure you deliver what you promise. Because your promises and the number of promises you keep will define who you will be. And last one, guys, T. Do you guys want to take a guess? Teamwork. This is not going to happen. Who said teamwork? You guys paying attention? Good volunteer. So, teamwork. If you're not going to do a teamwork, you're not going to make it. You're not going to learn anything. You're not going to certainly win prizes. But the people who have always done well, who are good team players. Now, H stands for? Louder. E stands for? A stands for? R stands for? R stands for? T stands for? Now, while you're in the new team, make sure you remember these values, which should be your guiding beacon of how you should behave as a team, as an individual, and make sure you stick to that, please, because those are the values we want you to take away. Now, just so you wonder, where are these coming from? Abhi creates something from nowhere and is calling it heart. By the way, I just stole it. You know where it's coming from? Dubai? Google? No, bro. Come on. Okay, so I was in Barcelona recently, and I visited. Who is interested in soccer? Let me see. Who is following soccer right now? Who is the number 1 team in the world? Portugal. Okay, now we will differ there, but Brazil. So, but guys, there's FIFA going on right now. We will obviously have some movements here, but Barcelona, which is one of the best leagues out there, their players are the number 1 in the world. So many of them. Messi came out of there. There's so many others who came out of there. they have their values as heart, what I shared with you. Now, do you want to live values of a great soccer players in the world? Yeah? It's not mine. There is no harm in following the best champions in the world. So please keep this in mind. Make the best teams out of yourself. Respect each other. And hopefully when you graduate, you guys have made 300 friends. So we'll continue the journey. Deepak, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so I don't need to say anything else, right? You guys just can greet each other, say hi, hello, and we'll be getting back in 5 minutes. You need a break? Yeah, you guys need a break? No, actually not. Just chill. Greet each other, meet each other, talk about each other, and then we'll get back in 5 minutes. Yeah. Also, the people who don't have the plaques will be getting it tomorrow, so don't worry about that.
Okay, everyone, a few critical announcements while this break is on. I would like to, make sure that you sort of be more thoughtful about the next few days. The next few days are very, very critical. I know it's a weekend. There are 52 weekends in the year. But this weekend can have a meaningful impact on your next weekends, right? Why? Because one, if you miss the weekend, I don't want you to lose your certificate. Please don't make that mistake. Don't take it for granted. How many people had plans to not show up on the weekend? I'll be here. I'm just asking. It is critical for you to know that the impact would be significant, because if you're not here on the weekend, you will be banned from all the other hackathons as well. In the future hackathons. So it's not just you will lose certificate. Here's the only reason why. We gave up 6,800 students who wrote the exam and another 13,000 students to have you here. There is an important reason why this is implemented. We are not trying to be harsh, but the program is important and the seat given to you is important. So please make sure you understand why this is the case. If you leave, you don't come back, and we don't take you for any of the other hackathons either in the future. Your applications will not be accepted. And your team members will get affected. A lot of things, messy. Don't do that. I'm trying to clarify that because you should know that this is a very important occasion, and not just us, your college, the government organization, which supports the college, the principal secretary of the state, everybody will know. So, because we have to give a report. And I want to make sure that your name is not on that list because we do have to give a report. So that said, that is one. Two, I do want to point out that when the team is about to talk to you about ideas and idea generations, the main thing to learn here is how do you go about idea forming, or how to look at other ideas and get inspiration. What are the critical steps in finding ideas, learning from them, and getting inspired and creating your own. So I think there'll be following sessions on. But let me ask you, how many people already started working on looking for ideas? Okay? And how many people need help in finding more ideas? Like, somebody who is stuck. And obviously, limited understanding of Web3 is not helping, right? But the next few sessions will be about that, today, tomorrow. It's very important. We will be teaching you how to do your presentations as a team. One of the few things that you should do as a team, as you have sit together, you have to sort of understand each other's strengths and weaknesses and be honest about it. You have to understand your willingness to learn something. I know you guys are from the college and you're now willing to learn. So the question is which step you want to learn first? More technical, more front end, more project management, marketing, and repo management. The end of the day is you have to support your team to get to the finish line. So you need to come up with a name, a creative name of your team. Please don't become Bahubali. Okay, be more creative. So come up with a name for your team. We will get you the names of the team, but you will have an identity number, which is your team number that we have allocated. But come up with a team number and then make sure that you, most importantly, don't ditch your team, guys. Don't ditch the team and no group plans for disappearing, because there are some meaningful outcomes and impacts from that situation. Anything else, Deepak?
Thank you, sir, for clarifying all that. Yep, Saturday and Sunday. Good to spend free time, but what we are doing here is going to be more important than a quick break. So yeah, I think we need a break now for 10 minutes. It's been quite hectic the last 1.5 hours. So let's take that. And with respect to the students who don't have a plaque that displaying their name, just be careful of the places where you're sitting here, so that when you come back, you sit exactly at the right spot. Does that make sense, guys? Yeah, okay, perfect. So we can reconvene in 10 minutes, okay? Thank you. So guys, another important thing, is that you might have received the mails with respect to the names, right? Your team names and everything. Listen guys, otherwise it will be confusing. We will be sending you the updated list, okay? Refer that. We will be sending you the updated list in next couple of minutes. Refer to that. All right? Thank you.
Okay, people, please settle down. Settle down ASAP. You want to just solve the internet, right? Yeah, that's it. Please hurry up. I don't know. Guys, please settle down. I still see people walking around. Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know, probably you people might feel tired, but I'm all pumped up. Okay, and I still feel, and even I tell my daughters that actually, you know what, I work harder than you people, right, who happen to be in 20s. Anyway, so first off, just now Deepak was mentioning that, you know, a couple of people are saying that we are not comfortable with the team because either there is one female and two male members or one male and two female members. Guys, you belong to Gen Z. Behave like one. Okay, don't be gender biased. Okay? Even the government is recognizing the fourth gender. As far as the LGBTQ plus, you know, community is concerned, we respect humans. We don't look them with a certain gender perspective. So don't do that. That is first thing. That is what you have to learn in your life. In fact, you know what? I have seen, I won't name the company or the person, okay? When I went as a train the trainers. So I was training the trainers in that, you know, IT company. And the country head of the learning and development department happened to be somebody from LGBTQ plus, okay, community. Believe me, as far as IT, you know, industry is concerned, probably this is the only industry that recognizes humans as humans, okay, without bias to a gender. So remember that. So please do not be gender biased. And also, okay, just now I had one girl coming up to me saying she has problem with the team members. Who was that? Can you raise your hand, please? Now nobody has any problem. Okay, so first and foremost, do not come to us with any request to change the team members of the team. It's not going to happen. Okay? Again, remember, you should, your whole mindset should be you belong to Gen Z, okay? You don't look at a person as a girl or a boy. You look at a person as a person. So try to work with that, okay? Now, I still remember, of course, I was a Kendriya Vidyalaya product, but in the university, you know, no girls in my department. So during the break, we used to go to the zoology department and biology departments, right? Because girls were there only, okay? And I was in the physics department, and we had no girls. And so the term we used was eye tonic. Eye tonic, right? Soothing to the eyes. Anyway, so believe me, okay? So maybe you have come from a school which was all girls or all boys school, and also many of the engineering colleges, they separate girls and boys even in the same classroom. Okay, that's just fine. But now you are not in that campus anymore. Okay, you are here, right? So as professionals, we don't distinguish or we don't look at a person with a gender bias. We always look at a person as a person. We talk to them as a person. Okay? Trust me, guys, this mindset will go a long way in your careers as well. It will make you comfortable to speak to the other opposite gender, okay? Right? How many boys have girlfriends? Man, you deserve 2 t-shirts. And guess what? Others didn't dare to raise their hands. Others did not dare to raise their hands. Okay? How many girls have boyfriends? Fantastic. See? In fact, the societal change is happening in such a manner that probably ladies are, smarter than, gents. They have always been, but they were oppressed. No longer. So, if you are a male member of society, remember that the same patriarchal mindset that we always had, that you need to break that. Look, in my house, I'm a minority gender. I've got one wife, only one wife, and 2 daughters, which makes me only 1 out of 4. 1 out of 4, okay? So I'm a minority. So I have to bend down to the female gender like this, right? And guess what? What I've learned in the 22 years of a marriage is that you can handle one wife very easily. Hey, boys, listen to me very carefully. It's a life, experience that I'm talking about. It will be very useful to you. It's very easy to handle one wife, but literally impossible to handle 2 daughters. Believe me. So it's always a tug of war between me, and I'm the rope, and one side is my wife, and the other side is the daughters. I take the side of my daughters, which always I do most of the times, okay? The first thing that will come out of my wife's mouth is, you are the one responsible for spoiling my daughters. Okay? And if I take the side of my wife, my girls will say, kya romance zyada ho raha hai? Right? Anyway, so I'll tell you something. When it comes to coming up with an idea, so this session is about ideation. Okay? So I know how many of you are clueless right now? How many of you are clueless as to how do I go about coming up with an idea? How many of you? Do not hesitate. Do not hesitate. We are every stage. Right. Thank you. Thank you. So, what I'm going to tell you are some basic tips and tricks for your ideation. Because to tell you the truth, what actually happens is, say for instance, if you're in the final year and you have to make a project, okay? Getting to decide a project, it is a project in itself, am I right? That itself is a challenge to start with. What project to do is the same situation you are in right now, okay? However, there's one difference. In my time, there was no internet, okay? So we had to think out of the box to find out, what we need to do, okay, as a final year project. But today, you are the fortunate generation where you have information at the tips. See, we all carry a computer in our pockets. This is a computer, full with an operating system and apps and everything, browser, whatnot, and all the shit also, right? So now utilize this. And in fact, many times I tell my daughters also, you people are so hooked onto it, hooked onto the mobile, that probably next generation will be born in this position. I'm telling you the truth. this is the genetic evolution that's going to happen because you're always bent like this. So your kids are going to be bent like this when they're born. Right out of the labor room, they'll come out with the hand like this. Okay? All they need is a cell phone to be fixed in that as a cell phone stand. Okay? Right. But that is not actually, what to say, wrong. In a sense that if you utilize this for the right purposes, believe me, your productivity will grow exponentially. Exponentially. Okay? So utilize the technology for your own benefit. Now, as far as ideation is concerned, the first thing, what kind of ideas are you looking at? Okay? So, first pointer, all of you have a notebook and a paper, you can jot down the points, okay? First thing first, what you need to do is, you don't have a notebook with you? Oh, you're all packed up to leave, is it? Everything is coming out of the bag right now. Okay, so first thing first, okay? Decide the domain of application you want to develop. One of the very important aspects of Web3 is that blockchain is not a solution for every type of problem. Okay? It is not suitable for every type of problem. And in fact, people think that just because blockchain is going to be the driving force as far as the technology landscape is concerned in the coming years, okay, people tend to think that, oh, this is the solution. And they try to implement every kind of application on top of it, whether it really makes sense or not. Okay? And I was just having a discussion yesterday evening. I mean, you people are doing a damn good job because beyond 5 or even 6, you are coming to me and you are discussing with us. That's the starting point. You've already got initiated. Believe me, the day you come and discuss with us, you are already initiated. You just need a little bit of hand-holding. That's all there is to it. And that is what this session is about. So kudos to you all, guys. Okay. So first things first. Remember, Web3 is not suitable for every kind of application. I'll give you an example, which I was discussing with somebody yesterday. And actually, people have actually come up with such solutions as well. But if you look at it as a person, as a computer scientist, if you look at it, it is fundamentally, there's no use of utilizing blockchain for that application. That application is social media. So there is blockchain-based social media applications also. Okay? But the truth is, you should not be using blockchain for social media because it doesn't make sense. Okay? It doesn't make sense. I'll tell you why. One thing is, see, always remember, blockchain is meant for those applications where you want some kind of permanency of record maintenance or a history of records. Okay? That is one thing you need to keep in mind. Which means, because you know the fundamental aspect of blockchain, what is it? It is an immutable ledger, right? So think about it like this. If the government has to store Aadhaar data, okay, securely, blockchain would be a very apt technology to use that. But then there's one more issue. And that issue is that, okay, tomorrow, I want to change my address in the Aadhaar card, which means that this record is going to change. So there's not a permanent record. If it comes to, let's say, birth certificate, that is permanent. You can't make any changes. Okay? When and where you were born, that cannot be changed. And death certificate, you cannot change that data as well. But Aadhaar card, definitely. Because in Aadhaar card, even though the changes happen, they don't happen frequently. You see, that's where database is useful. Okay? With database, what happens is that suppose you update a record, what was there previously is all gone. You don't have a history of the changes that have been performed. Of course, you can do that by ensuring that it is all logged. And through the log files, you can do it. But looking at the table, can you say that, okay, this particular record was changed 10 times? There's no way of knowing it. All you have is the latest update that had happened. With blockchain, what happens is it's a record which is a historical record. So you can actually see when the changes were made. Okay? That will be very useful. So that suppose for instance, government wants to know how many people are migrating from, say, villages to cities. So what happens is somebody has their village address, and then at some point in time it changes to their city address. You can track that. So such demographic analysis can be carried out. You see my point there? So now the question is, if the record is immutable, how do I change it? That there is immutability, that is true. So what happens? We don't delete it. You can't delete it. You create a new record, which has a reference to the older record as well, so that you can always get back the complete history. Okay? In fact, the Home Ministry of India has a branch called as Central Crime Records Bureau. Have you heard of that? There's Central Crime Records Bureau. National Crime Records Bureau. NCRB. I actually worked with them on some confidential projects, so I know about that. And believe me, trust me guys, police knows so much about you, you cannot even imagine the due diligence that they do. We just see, police and we don't really respect them, but the truth is, they are one of the most hardworking people in the country after the defense forces. I got to know only because I worked with the Rajasthan intelligence and then followed by Rajasthan police intelligence and followed by, that took me to the Crime Records Bureau. Now, if you want a history sheeter's entire history, okay, what crimes he committed and when and where, so this kind of history, which you want to store securely. Nobody should be able to tamper it. But at the same time, you want a chronological, storage, so that you can trace the entire history. Blockchain is a solution for that. Now you get the idea? But social media is not really suitable. The reason is there are a couple of things, okay? The data keeps changing. So much so, people put their status. I am attending a boring lecture by Selva. You walk out, I am going home in the bus. Then you reach home, I have reached home. I am at the airport. People change their status, okay, every few hours, okay? There are crazy people like that. And I think probably there was this, in between about one Korean girl who had the most number of, selfies put up in a day, something like that. There's a record of that. She happened to be a Korean girl, okay? Ladies are literally doing so good when it comes to, outperforming gents in every arena, believe me, okay? Right, so you have to come up with, first of all, identify, you want to say, come up with first, before even coming up with an idea, think, okay, maybe we should come up with an idea for, say, electricity department, okay, electrical distribution, or we should come up with something in the finance sector, because generally, blockchain's biggest, application happens to be DeFi. That's the reason we think, when you think Web3, we think DeFi. DeFi means decentralized finance, and its opposite is CeFi, centralized finance, okay? So you need to think, okay, if I want to go into finance, I want to come up with an idea, then you have to think whether you want to go for banking or, retail finance or insurance, things like this, okay? So first try to identify, come to a common ground as to which area you want to work in. It could be agriculture, it could be medicine, okay? blockchain has a lot of applications in the health sector. You know that? Are you aware of that? Patient history. Patients, illness records. Okay, patient data. That could be useful for an insurance company. Okay? So what happens now? This is where oracles come in. So insurance company does not have to rely on that. It can actually talk to some sort of a distributed, patient records, and you will need an oracle to provide that. Okay, because that's stored in a separate blockchain. So you need a bridge and an oracle to provide that data. Okay? So think of this. So it could be health domain, it could be finance, it could be agriculture, it could be social, cause. There are so many applications. And in fact, yesterday you saw in Praveen's, lectures, he put up blocks. So many different areas are there you can work on. Fix an area. Once you have fixed it, it's very simple. Just Google out for, say, Web3 solutions for this domain, or Web3 or problems in this domain. Just Google it out. You'll get a lot of ideas. And Government of India also conducts hackathons. Okay? I forgot the exact name, but Smart India hackathons. You can go to their website and you can see the list of ideas. Okay? There is nothing wrong in starting if you are unable to come up with that. So first, in order to ideate, you should know what people already have in terms of the ideas. And you can come up with a very unique solution. So what you need to do is, there are a lot of resources. The first thing is, as Abhisa mentioned, Googling. You need to get better and better at that. So first Google for, problems in such and such domain. Okay? Or what are the applications available? Okay? And then what kind of problems it is solving. Go to hackathon websites and check what are the ideas people that have people have proposed. Okay? Once you start researching together, automatically ideas will pop up. Automatically ideas will pop up. Okay? So that is how you need to proceed. Then you think, okay, now is it suitable to use blockchain for this? Because not all applications will be suitable for blockchain. Okay. So as I was mentioning for the social networking on using blockchain, there the issue is, you see, one fundamental problem is that blockchain cannot store too much of data. It's a distributed ledger, it's a distributed database, but the way it handles, like for instance, if you're using the Ethereum blockchain, the more data you put in, the more money you have to spend. Okay? So data storage also costs. So the gas fee goes higher and higher up. So you cannot store your, say, Instagram reel video that you created on the blockchain. No. Right? You can't do that. Right? On TikTok, you just put it for free of cost, probably, right? I have not used it. That's the reason I'm saying probably, because I don't know that. Right? Or it's an Instagram reel, so you put up a video there. It's all free of cost, right? But again, there is no such thing as free lunch in business. You should always remember that. They are stealing your data to give you targeted ads, ultimately forcing you to, or tempting you to make a purchase, out of which they get a commission out of it. It's all like that. Okay. Now, so first off, think, okay, is this idea suitable for a Web3 project? When you ask yourself this question, what you're asking is that you will find, you can very easily build a Web2 application. Web2, what is the fundamental difference between Web2 and Web3? Is in Web2, you would use a traditional database as your storage layer, data layer. But in Web3, what happens is we use blockchain. So you need to understand whether you want immutability or chronological history. Is it important? Then that's a solution. So as I was mentioning, in case of social networking, it allows you to put up your photos and videos and all. So what they do, since you cannot put so much of data on the chain itself, what they do is they use another file system, which you would have probably heard in one of the talks, IPFS. You remember? From, I think, probably day one itself. There was a talk of IPFS. Do you remember or not? How many of you don't remember? Okay. IPFS stands for Interplanetary File System. Interplanetary File System. Okay? The concept is very similar to blockchain. It uses ideas from blockchain. Again, that's a distributed file system spread across the entire planet. Okay? And in such a way that when you upload your file onto IPFS file system, it gets broken down into pieces and it is distributed across the entire network. And that's also a peer-to-peer network like blockchain. That's also immutable, which means if you make changes to the file, okay, and you upload it back again, you'll get 2 copies of the file, the older one as well as the new one with different version numbers. And the file is not recognized by its name, like what happens in your regular file systems on the operating system. Okay? Right? XYZ resume.doc, right? And you make some changes in your resume and then put it up again, the file name will remain the same. So what IPFS does is that it takes the data inside of your file and gives you a hash of it. And that hash becomes the way to recognize your file. So this is called as content-based addressing. So you get a URL that contains IPFS:/ and then the content IDs. We call these as CID. So that ID is based upon the content of the file. It's just a hash, okay? So using that only, this whole thing works. Also, in order to make it even more resilient, you will have multiple copies stored in the entire peer-to-peer network. So that is how they are using it. And the profile is put up inside the blockchain, but the actual photographs and videos in those large files, it is put up on the IPFS, and you just need a pointer to just the CID. That's it. From there, you can retrieve it and do it. But that is something that I feel that it's a wastage of storage space, okay, and unnecessary complexity. I think Facebook would do a better job. Okay. Now, so think about it. So when it comes to ideas, so Google out for, okay, current challenges in, then put this, agriculture or finance or insurance, okay? You'll get some current problems. You have to first identify a problem you want to solve, right? So, and then again, remember, one of the most important things, because you see, one of the follies of your entire work culture, folly means fault, okay? What you people do wrong, which I now want to mention it, deliberately because I saw that yesterday. So many of you had problem with the VirtualBox machine installation, right? And then it popped up a dialog box. Immediately they came to me saying, sir, there is some error. And I asked them, did you read what is there in the dialog box? They said, no. This is typical of almost most of you, right? If something pops up on the screen, okay, except a YouTube video, okay, or a WhatsApp video, or a WhatsApp message, you will not even be inclined to read what that dialog box says. And in fact, the clues of debugging start from there, which most people don't do it, right? Okay, and another example I'll tell you. Suppose, for instance, I don't know how to install a specific software, and I call you up because you have installed, you're an expert at that. You'll explain, okay, go to this website, download this exe, start run. Then click next, click next, click next, click next, click next. And I will also do it. Without even bothering what those dialog boxes show me and what are the options available to me. Okay, all we know, 3 times next and then finish. That's it, you're done. You have to come out of that mindset. And what does this have in relation to what you're doing in ideation is that when you see some link, please read the website. That is what I mean to say. Okay? It's not like current problems. Initially, they will give some 3 bullet points. Okay, this is a problem, this is a problem, this is a, that's it, you'll finish it off, that's all. And down below, it's actually a link to the entire description. You will not even bother to go to the description and read about it. Okay? The way you will make your solutions unique is by going into the details of the problem. That is where unique ideas come from. Otherwise, what will happen? Even your solution will be a run-of-the-mill solution that people have already done. Is that the purpose of this hackathon? No. We want to build a solution that has already been built, but ours is more innovative or even better than that. And it runs on the Polkadot ecosystem. You get my point? So you want to become a cricketer, let's say, okay? You will take Sachin Tendulkar as an example, okay? And believe me, initial days of Sehwag, how many cricket fans in here? We are Indians here, cricket is religion for us, okay? We are divided by Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Isai and all, but we are united with one religion, and that is cricket probably, right? Okay, so initial days of Sehwag, okay, people used to comment that he is a copycat of Tendulkar. And in one of the interviews he said, there is nothing wrong in copying a great man like him. So, he is using him as a role model. But then over a period of time, he built his own style, right? That's what happens. So you take an existing solution and think how better you can do it, or what innovation or new things or new features you can add. You got it? That should be your approach to ideation. Believe me, without doing any R&D, without doing any research into the current problems being faced by society in any domain, okay, and then researching upon it, you will not come up with a good idea. So I hope it is clear how to do that. Is it very difficult? But again, remember, research is a time-consuming work. Okay? So when you have fixed one problem, so keep deadlines. Keep deadlines. Small milestones. Okay? So once you come, and we don't have too much of time here, so what we have to do is tonight, you and your team members, get on a Google Meet call. Okay? Right? All 3 of you sit together, share screen, do Google, and then discuss. But first come to a conclusion as to which domain you want to work in. Now, believe me, banks, insurance, these finance companies are actually scared of this technology. Okay? The reason being, blockchain is something what we call it as disruptive technology. Disruptive technology in a sense, a technology that will completely change the way things have been done traditionally. And banks will start losing money. If everybody, suppose today, if I start using, say, crypto, okay, for paying for a chai wala also through a crypto exchange, you know, it will be cheaper for you. Okay? So you will not have to do a bank transfer. Believe me, one day or the other, UPI will no longer remain free. Banks are literally pushing so hard at the finance ministry to make it, okay, paid. You know the reason being? They say, you see, people are sending 2 rupees, and I have to maintain that. So in their ledgers. In fact, this has become a big headache for me. Okay, even I do that. Okay? Nowadays, people have lost the whole concept of carrying cash. If you have 100 rupees is enough. If your bank account has 1,000 rupees and a UPI payment, that's enough. Am I right? Isn't it? A street vendor is carrying a QR code here. So when my elder daughter went to Belgium, she said, Daddy, what the hell? Har jagah cash dena padta hai. Everywhere I have to use cash. Okay. It was so convenient being in India. And we are topmost when it comes to digital payments in the world. So much so that European countries are actually are trying to, they are coming to our country to implement UPI-based solutions there. No country has done like that. No country has done like that. If you see, people call us developing countries, not developed country. We are still a developing country. I feel proud. I don't want to be a developed country. That means development has finished. Ours is developing country. It will continue. And we will, you know what? We should always be called developing country. We are developing solutions for the entire world. Entire world. You know one great example of it? COVID vaccine. No other country could do this feat. Vaccinating 1.5 billion people in the country free of cost. My daughter had to spend 70 euros in Belgium. And here, we were invited to come and take the, because I was in the village. And believe me, the district administration, how well they, in Tamil Nadu, literally every primary health center, and once they realized that some of the people are still left out, they sent out vehicles to every village and asked people, okay, fine, you don't come, we will come and vaccinate each and every one of you. No country in this world could do this feat. No country. This is what our Bharat is all about. You are the future of that Bharat. Your solutions are going to be that solutions for this Bharat, which world will look upon. Your ideas will actually end up in a product that will become a milestone for others to achieve. Now, so today itself, you get on your Google Meet call, do a Google search, share the screen, come up with some ideas or a couple of ideas. Tomorrow we will discuss that and we'll finalize it. And then you start working on it. Okay? Now, the next step. How do I go about it next? Okay? So as Abhishek mentioned, okay, first off, you have to, you see, a Web3 application cannot be built without collaborative effort and proper division of labor. It should not happen that, one guy does all the job, the other two enjoy. Okay? So, you have to properly divide. So, you have 3 technologies to handle. Okay? One is the front end. So, whoever is better at doing this, they should take up the front end part. Okay? Then one person has to develop the back end and then smart contracts that is required. Okay? And the third person would be the cheerleader. Okay? Now, if you're a boy, you don't have to wear mini skirts and dance around like it does in Hollywood movies, okay? Right? And you will be the face of your team, okay? Right? At any point in time. So you see, you have a lot of resources available. And at some point in time, a seasoned Web3 developer will join your team. We will select which teams, okay? And they will help you out with the building of the product. We are not expecting you to build a product in this hackathon, but ideation, fixing the idea, knowing the technology stack. As far as technology stack is concerned, we are concerned only with the blockchain side of the story. UI, you will have to learn all by yourself. It is not a big deal. It's no rocket science. Even a simple HTML, CSS would do fine to start with. Okay? So you build a prototype, MVP, minimal viable product. You start with HTML, CSS. And then all 3 of you join together, learn some front-end framework like Angular or React or Vue.js, and then build the UI with that. Guys, I'm doing the talking. When I do the talking, please do the listening, okay? You can discuss it later. Okay, so this is how the ideation process is going to be. Any questions, please? Yes? Can you scream? Or you need a mic? Oh, by the way, that's Chetana, right? Yeah. So Chetana, my wife happened to see you on the session yesterday, I guess. And so suddenly she became emotional, okay, because my elder daughter is also chubby cheeks like her. So I'm going to call you chubby cheeks. Is that okay? Right. Okay, so what's your question? Okay, fine, thank you. That's the sort of question you should be asking. Thank you, my dear chubby cheeks. Okay, right. I hope you're not offended, right? Yeah. Okay, so I'll tell you something. Start with a positive mindset to start with, okay? Don't think negative. Whenever you start anything new, it's always difficult. It's always difficult. But because you have a support system within the Hackfest and IBC, your journey will be very smooth. Okay? Smooth in a sense, it will not be as bumpy as you would without any help from outside. Okay? So it should not be a problem. Now, coming to another aspect, which you said, okay, fine. What happens if all the ideas are trashed? You will do ideation again. That's what ideation is all about. Believe me, in fact, when Abhi was saying, what physicists do is, sit in the lab, and I used to do that because I'm a physicist. So during my PhD days, okay, I used to sit and, come up with such questions regarding mathematics and statistics, and I would go to the mathematics department, statistics department, and they would never be able to satisfy me with their answers. Ultimately, I had to come up with my own solution. My own solution. Okay, it took me 7 years of hard work to publish a 14-page paper. Okay, and that was the only paper based on which I was awarded my PhD. Okay, but I worked pretty hard consistently. So I could relate when Abhi was saying that regarding physicists. Okay, think, come up with an idea how to solve it, come up with an idea how to solve it. And believe me, I tried almost hundreds of them. And I still have pages of printout with me, okay, which have just numbers. That's why data science is like a cakewalk for me. It's no big deal because I have seen and interpreted those numbers. I have done data science before this data science became an industrial jargon. Believe me. Okay. So I became a better statistician than the statistics people themselves. Okay? That's the strength of physicists. Anyway, so I'm not bragging about myself being a physicist, but the truth is like that. Okay? So, what I'm trying to tell you here is that consistency. So even if it gets trash, don't get bogged down because world is full of problems, isn't it? So there is no dearth of problems. Okay, you just need to hit that. That's it. Okay, so even if it gets trashed, don't worry about it because this little thinking process that you have done today will become one of the deciding factors in your career later, which you don't see it now. Believe me, guys. This ideation that you're doing, if your idea is not accepted, don't worry about it. But the process would have taught you how to do research and come to, come up with ideas, okay? So even if it gets trash, don't bother about it. We are there to help you out. Any other question, please? Yes. Khatri, please shout. Yeah, so you learn. That's the whole point. You have come here to learn, right? Isn't it? That's it. Okay? If you want help with that, we will guide you through. See, I'll tell you something. Believe me, you don't know HTML, CSS for the front end, or you don't know Angular for front end. On YouTube, there's a fantastic channel called Free Code Camp. Have you heard about it? Go there, you will find a course. But See, where people make mistakes, where people make mistakes. Guys, I said when I do the talking, you do the listening. Please, okay? I am not tired. I don't get tired. Okay. Yes. So, as I was telling you, you know how you need to use, fundamentally people watch so many programming videos, still they can't write a line of code. You know why? Because they just watch the video. What you have to do is watch one video, stop it, whatever they have said, write that code in an editor, run it and see if there's an issue, Google it out for the solutions. This should be the process. Generally, I have seen people, okay, they see, okay, C++, this is 1 hour course, 2 hour course, 3 hour course, 4 hour course. I'll take 1 hour course. 1 hour, and then I will speed it up by 1.5, finished. They are still 0 in C++. You get the point? See, we are teaching you something that nobody does in the world right now, Polkadot development. As far as Rust programming is concerned, believe me, you get expert in Rust, there are so many jobs coming in your future. So many jobs. Go to the Parity website and check with the jobs. All remote jobs, highly paying jobs. They need Rust developers. They need Rust developers. Okay? And just before coming to this training program, that weekend, I was sitting with my wife. I don't know if I told you, my wife is a professor and head of the Department of Computer Science and Engineering Department in RV Institute of Technology and Management in Bangalore, one of the topmost colleges in Bangalore, in Karnataka actually. Okay? So she's the head of the CSE department. So we were just sitting together. So actually, both my daughters have left for colleges. And so the younger one is in Bhopal and elder one is in Belgium. So we are like a honeymoon couple now. Right? Okay. So we have become a honeymoon couple after 22 years of our marriage. Okay. So now what happened is we were just talking, and you know what? The topic came up. So I was just showing. See, Parity.io, so many Rust development jobs are available. You know what she said? Why don't you apply? They're all remote jobs. I said, no, I want to teach. So I have passion for teaching. That's the reason I'm here today with you guys. Okay. And so use the Discord channel as a mechanism, okay, for communicating with me. You know my Twitter handle, @trainerselva. I actually created that specifically, in fact, only yesterday. And I put it in my PowerPoint slide. Simply, I wanted to open up a communication channel with you because I don't use social networking platforms. I'm not on Facebook. I'm not on Insta. So Twitter, I could use that, okay? So I thought, okay, most of you would probably use it, so I put that up. The handle is @trainerselva. Okay, it's pretty simple. Trainer Selva. No spaces in between. And I think, is it case sensitive? It's not case sensitive, right? Okay. I haven't used it here. I'm a total novice when it comes to using, Twitter. I don't even know what features it has got. Okay. So I'm a total ignorant, or as they call it in Hindi, anguta chap. Okay. As far as Twitter is concerned. So I'll be using that. So you can, if you want to communicate with me, use the Discord channel, okay, and my Twitter handle. You can do that, okay. Keep the communication channels open. It's open 24/7/365. Utilize technology. I may not be able to answer your questions immediately because I have a pretty busy schedule as well, okay. But definitely I will answer. I never leave any question unanswered at all. So there may be a delay, and if there's an urgency, so you can just tag it and say it's an urgent thing. But don't make every question urgent. Okay. So again, so remember, so you have to identify one person to do the UI part, and the other person and the third person together can join to do the blockchain part. The reason being, right now, since you're doing it for the first time, it will be difficult. Two minds will be better. But the UI part, you start with a simple HTML, CSS, and build a simple page. Write some JavaScript code to talk to the backend. So UI part, you will work later. Initially, all three of you should get together and build the blockchain part of it. The reason being, you are here to learn the Polkadot. All three of you must learn. And after that, if you want, you can distribute the UI part as well. Okay? There's no harm in it. But then, clearly identify one person to be UI, one person to be the blockchain, one person for other things. Like presentations and stuff, and then documentation. Okay, so the third person also has a very important role. Okay? Presentations, the documentation, resources you have used, what did you get out of those resources? See, one of the important things is that we have lost the art of writing. We have lost the art of writing. Okay? We only know to type. Right? So, now, just like in school days, take paper and pencil or pen and then write your ideas and finally prepare a document out of it. Right? So, when you submit the documentation, we also want to see the notebook in which you have written everything. Right? It's easy to, simply draw and erase and cut it out and do it. You can't do that on this thing. Okay? Laptop, it will be difficult to do that. Unless, of course, you have a graphics tablet. Okay? Even on a graphics tablet, also first few days it will take you to get used to that. Okay? The stylus there and screen here. That syncing itself takes quite some time. Okay? Because my younger one is in design, so she has a Wacom with her. She is fantastic when it comes to drawing and painting. And she uses just like paper. Okay? So I also bought one for my demonstrations and stuff like that. I still find it very difficult. Okay, I still don't get proper eye-hand coordination because my hand is here. With mouse, it's easy. I've got used to it. But with stylus, I'm still getting used to it. So when it comes to ideation, okay, first ideate, we will discuss, we will brainstorm. You know what is brainstorming? Sitting together and then fighting it out. Basically, that's what it is. Okay, in layman terms. You take up a topic and then fight over it. Okay. And then finally decide. So when you do that, you will come up with a couple of ideas. And then we will say, okay, fine, this is suitable, go ahead with this. Then you see, are there any, and in fact, during your research itself, find out if there are some existing solutions, what features do they have, what value we can add. That is what is your USP. You know what is USP? Yeah, all of you know USB. USP, unique selling point. And that becomes the trademark of your application, right? So that is what you have to look at. So I hope everything is clear. Any questions, please? Any questions? All of you got tired, I guess. No more questions? So this is the ideation strategy. First, identify the domain, okay? Google for current problems, and also Google for current Web3 solutions, Web3 applications in that domain. See what people are doing, okay? What features they have in their applications. All of this by tomorrow morning. You should have finished it. So there is no time to even feel tired. Hackathons are like that, okay? Whether you know it or not, actually, there's a Hackfest where you get to go home. Okay. So recently in my wife's college, we had a 72 hours hackathon. I was part of it. 72 hours continuous. Okay. 72 hours continuous. We even provided, beds to them. Okay. So that one team member would take rest, the other team member will work, and then like that. It's very challenging and very interesting. It's very interesting. Believe me, you are thinking that probably, how do I work with a complete stranger? That would be the first, concern of yours. I don't know this guy, I don't know this girl, how do I even talk? The icebreaker. You know why Abhi asked you to shake hands there? That was your icebreaker. Okay? Get comfortable with the team members. open up and talk. Talk about a movie to start with. What is the big harm in it? Right? So, build that team, take that team to the next level. Okay? So, ideation is not difficult. In current age and technology, it is not difficult. In my time, it was very difficult. It was very, very difficult. Unless you were abreast of the current affairs and stuff like that, okay, to identify social problems and stuff like that. So it was very difficult to get information about the developments that are happening. But today, information is at your fingertips, right? So utilize that power. Okay? Okay, guys, so all the best for you guys. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay? So a big round of applause for all of you. And the success that you're going to see. And believe me, this country is going to see products coming out of this Hackfest. Thank you, guys. See you tomorrow. By the way, we still have something.
Yeah, don't leave. Guys, stay at your seats. Yeah. So, a couple of things. First of all, thank you, Silva sir. Yeah, and a couple of things. So, one of them is about the very important program that Abhishek sir has already mentioned, which is the IBC Global Leader Program. So, we have done something to clear it out for you. Guys, you would want to listen it, just to clear it out. Okay? So one is obviously the Top Evangelist Award for adding maximum people to on Discord. I am seeing a couple of students who have been tagging us regularly. That's a fantastic thing. And you are basically the top students who will be competing for that. So in case other students don't miss out, make sure you start tweeting or sharing stuff on Instagram or on Discord. The more active you are, the better it would be. And you have to use hashtag IBC Hackfest. Can you repeat it? Exactly. So we have created a tracker on Discord. This is with respect to the number of maximum invites that you will get, right? That was spoken by Abhishek sir, right? So we have created a tracker. What we will basically do is we will also put up a message over there on how that invite tracker will work. So you can just go and check out the channels. Third thing is that you are basically 3. Anyone here are is a team of 2? Anyone? Or more than 3? No, right? That's perfect. Yeah, so there are, you are 3 team members. So one has to figure out so you have to figure out that who will be the front-end developer, who will be the back-end developer, and who will handle the program management and repository management or any of that stuff. That doesn't mean that he won't be involved in all the technical stuff. It's just a role that you have to assign yourselves. Get it done by tomorrow, all right? All the important sheets that were required, that are required, including this, will be shared to you shortly, okay? And let me just check if there's anything else I'm missing. Yeah, and a few PPTs that of the sessions that happened today, I'll be sharing it on Discord. Thank you, guys.
Hi, everyone. We are a far bit into the program. How many people are actually having fun? And how many people have actually, do you guys think you have, learned something new which is important for your career? Thank you. Now, I want to obviously address some of the concerns that came to me, post our announcement. So you have to understand, if you are going to change your teams, if you're going to work with people I can tell you, you're not doing yourself a favor. The whole idea of Web3 is to be into a situation, because I'll tell you what your lifestyle, do you know what is the lifestyle of a Web3 developer? Can I give you like a 2 minutes insight into what that looks like? Yeah? Okay, so the lifestyle of a Web3 developer is, one, you're traveling the world. You know what you're doing when you're traveling the world? You're doing hackathons. You're traveling to ETH Barcelona, ETH Amsterdam, ETH, all of these places. You might be wondering, where would I get that money from? The money is paid to you for doing work on these different ecosystems as a community developer. And as a community developer, in fact, we are inviting a lot of these community developers to come and speak with you also. And what these community developers do is basically go and work for grants for development of certain projects. And the more you travel, the more grants you get, the more jobs you get, and the more global trotter you become. Web3 is a global agenda. You see the company Polkadot on the screen so many times. Polkadot is not based out of India. In fact, Polkadot community is spread around the world. You people know Ethereum. Ethereum has 1 million engineer community globally. Some of your best friends will not be from your college, from India. They might not be even Indian, for that matter. Some of your people who will work with you on hackathons will not be from your peer group. You have to understand, if you are not open to working with all skill levels, this is about learning to become a Web3 developer. If you don't do this as an experiment, don't tell yourself that this is what it's going to be in real life. You will work with all kinds of people and you still have to get shit done. And it's important for you to identify your weaknesses. If you are working with people you only know, you will only work with 7 or 8 people in life, because how many people do you know that you really want to work with? If you have the ability, I think Silva sir said rightly, it's not the messenger, it's the message that you have to pay attention to. You're not looking at who you are working with. You're looking at what that person brings to the table. It's not about gender, race, culture. It's about what that person can add to the team. Till you don't come out of this, principle, biases we have as individuals, you will not grow. You might win a hackathon, but you will not win, the life that you're supposed to live. Just think about it for a second. Are you teaching yourself something about people? These are people skills that you're going to learn. There are a bunch of skills, by the way, you're learning here. You're going to learn how to Google as a Web3 developer. You're going to learn how to find, content on social media channels and other channels where you can learn from. You will learn how to do debugging across the board. You will learn how to do social media. You think we want your, interaction on Discord? No, but if you don't understand how to operate Discord, you will never be able to join communities and interact with Web3 communities, which all are on Discord today. All the exercises given to you are very, very deliberate. And if you don't learn this, you will have a gap and you can choose what speed you want to take. Besides, they have exciting prices around it. You should understand that this is things that you need to learn as a Web3 developer. Now I'm going to clarify some of the questions that were asked to me. Is this hackathon about building or just awareness? What do you guys think? Is it about building or awareness? This is about building. This is not about awareness. We are doing awareness because you guys are, in the first hackathon. You will have to start building in the next 3 days. If we wanted, we would have put you on a building cycle on day 1, and a lot of you will basically struggle without knowing the mindset, without knowing that the only way to build something is to Google better, is to learn from the web. So please understand, that this is for you to benefit from and build skills that are required. Now, questions that were asked to me is whether this is build or awareness. This is completely a build agenda. You all will be building starting tomorrow. Number one. Number two, I was asked, some people had exams. The policy here for the program is absolutely clear. If you leave the program, we replace you. If you have an emergency exam that you want to write, you basically can write it from here. We'll get you internet in the other room. Yes, and the other thing, now that you have a team, please register your teammates on the platform that we have provided so that we can register you. And last, I think some of the key reminders of the 4 volunteers. Can our 4 volunteers please stand? Stand up. The first volunteer is Kareem. And Kareem is responsible for collecting knowledge base. Please make sure you submit your 10 links. They don't have to be YouTube links. I just want to clarify. It could be any Web3 education link that you find relevant and you have gone through it, because I will put some people on the stage and ask them to explain a link. So please make sure you actually use them, understand them before you post for Kareem on the group, as well as in the Discord channel or on the Excel file. Second, we have Puneet. Puneet is doing the idea sheet. Make sure you share ideas on the Excel sheet and also on the Discord group. Third is we have the most creative social media post. This is to induce fun. And I want to see who we have in the room, who is a performer. And we will reward the top 3 posts. And last, we have the top 10. And that was, remind me your name, friend? Varun. Who is tracking the number of invites you will have to make an impact in your own peer group for the community to share all the information as well. The top 10 highest scorers for number of invites, we will also reward them. So please make sure you are engaging. You guys are responsible to make sure reporting who has not done it. So I want a complete report on who has not completed the task. Yeah, so the other thing I wanted to clarify, thanks Deepak, is all of these competitions are not just for people here, but also for the people online. So you're not just competing with your peer group here, you're also competing with the people online. So I do want to welcome everybody in the online community to make sure that you participate in the 4 challenges we have, and we will ship you the gifts or share it with the RMs to pass it on to you. But the 4 challenges are, number 1, again I'm going to repeat, is share the knowledge base, 10 links for the knowledge. Share 10 ideas on the group and the Discord community and the Excel sheet. The Excel sheets are shared on the Discord community, correct? Google Forms. So please share the Google on the Discord community. We invite all the online community to join the Discord channel. Deepak, are we sharing the Discord channel with the online community at the YouTube link? We are sharing that. There are 2 main challenges where we have rewards. Number 1, most creative, post for why you love IBC Hackfest. And second, we have competition for inviting your peer group, and the highest number of invitees, the top 10 achievers, will get rewards from IBC Media as well. So that said, everyone, tomorrow and day after are critical days. It's also tests for you guys. It's a weekend, but please understand this is for the better good. We want you here. If we don't have you here, you will lose the certificate, you will lose the hackathon and a bunch of other things. So please avoid missing the sessions. Deepak, any other reminders? Yeah. So also I think some of our team is working with you guys, and if there are some bites that you're supposed to give for the community, people who have done it, thank you so much for, please raise hands, people who have done video bites outside. Please raise hands. A round of applause for all of these people, please. Volunteers can sit. Thank you so much. Again, we will ask for more volunteers tomorrow, more opportunity for leadership. And please remember, when we are asking for volunteers, we will display their leadership ability. We will mark them differently. We will show that these people have taken initiative. So take this opportunity and build leadership record, because when we show to the employers, and we will be reaching out to a lot of international employers, and they take our recommendation very, very seriously. So please participate, come forward, online, offline. If you want to be part of the community, make leadership, participate. We will obviously offer you opportunities to participate as volunteers. And as part of the Global Leader Program, you all will be volunteers for IBC. Two teams. Okay, if you can, if you have time, if you are motivated, I would like to invite 2 teams to come join, give us bites after this session, just to make sure that we record your video bites and we can share it with the global community. And look forward, guys, just have fun with it. That's all I'm trying to say. Anything else? Okay, with that, everyone, thank you so much for an extraordinary week. I hope you enjoyed it. This is a beginning of a program that will continue. We have 20 hackathons to go, and we are very excited. And if you are doing well, I promise there is a lot of international agenda that you will also experience as part of the group. So thank you, everyone. Again, good evening. See you tomorrow. So, hey, one reminder, by the way, we are tracking whether you have filled out the the Google form. I think Puneet has shared a Google form, is that right? So Puneet, please reshare it. Please follow the Discord channel to get information about the Google form that you are supposed to fill out. If you, again, don't find it, Puneet has given you an email address. You can email him directly, and he can again post it in the Discord channel. Everyone, thank you so much. Good evening. Guys who can join us for the bites. Hey, can I do the polka dot bite, please? Rasta is here, right? All right, guys, one important acknowledgement. We did this earlier. Is Rasta here? Rasta, please come forward. Time for you to be on a video bite. Who likes to be on the video bite like you saw in the first one, right? So we're going to do that exercise one more time. You remember what exercise I'm talking about? You can do it? Okay. 2, what was the second one? I want to be a Web3 developer. And then we do 3, I want to be a polka dot developer. Right? Are you clear? Because I don't want to be in the picture. It's going to be Rasta, and it's going to be all of you, and he's recording. So Rasta, they are going to do the shout out. Right? We'll try two times. So let's just try to get it right. Okay? Ready? Rasta, are you ready? We're going to do 5 shout outs. 1, you can do it. 2, I want to be a Web3 developer. 3, I want to be a polka dot developer. I want to be a polka dot developer. I want to be a polka dot developer. So let's do the shout out one more time before you go home. It's a Friday evening. You can probably have a good time. Any plans, anybody, for Friday night? Ah, come on. Okay, you don't want to share it. You know what TGIF means? Thank God it's Friday. And you guys have no plans? Ideas. Well, you know what? That's not a bad plan. I will tell you why that's. You know, the other cool thing that Web3 developers do is they do something called this global meetups. You know what meetups are? So you basically just go hang out. I will at some point show you what Web3 parties look like. Does somebody wants to see what Web3 parties look like? Okay. You know, I'll share it next time. Maybe you can come see me afterwards and I can show you what Web3 parties look like. But they are some of the best experiences you will ever have worldwide because people come from all over the world and you will have a great time. Are we ready, Rasta? Yeah? All right, so ready for the mantra? IBC mantra, okay? Ready? Okay. We will do it twice, but try to get it. I want it louder, okay? So, ready? 1, 2, go. All right, that was a bummer. So I'll do it with you. Okay? Let's do it one more time. I can do it. Okay. All right, this is not working. Maybe I should sit down. All right. All right. Ready? I can do it. I can do it. I want to be a Web3 developer. I want to be a polka dot developer. I want to be a polka dot developer. I want to be a polka dot developer. How did we do? Yes, no, maybe? Awesome. So, guys, again, thank you so much. I'm not going to make you do again, but I appreciate you, adding to the social media for the IBC Hackfest again. We love you all. We want you to be successful. Again, a round of applause for all of you for sticking it out for so long. You deserve the clap. You've done an excellent job so far. Looking forward to the last 3 days, and you will enjoy it, I promise. Thank you so much. Hey, just so you know, what we have planned for the rest 2 days is we have a bunch of mentors coming and spending time with you for building. Welcome.
The volunteers, the 4 volunteers, can you just come forward? The volunteers, if they have not left, yeah, please come forward. The 4 volunteers, can you please come forward? I'm just seeing Puneet here. The other, I'm seeing this. Yeah, 3, and there was one more, right? All the 4. Okay.